because he plagiarized Neil Kinnock's speech. He admitted that he had not been involved in the civil rights movement. He's the guy that threw in with the Southern segregationists who were still around, Sam Ervin and the other Mary Brand of racists from the Democratic Party in the Deep South, to stop busing. He's the guy who came up with super predators. Joe Biden was not in the civil rights movement. In the distant recesses of his very unfortunately fogged mind, he thinks he was, and he said it long enough ago that it's still current on the 8-track tape. This is dangerous. He should be out of the office. It should be President Harris that Donald Trump is running against. She'll pick Josh Shapiro. That'll make Pennsylvania very hard to cake. But Donald Trump, there's a editorial in the Wall Street Journal, his new running mate imperative. And the Wall Street Journal wants Doug Burgum or Glenn Youngkin or Mike Pompeo because it's Donald Trump's race to lose. Don't make a mistake. I don't have any idea who the president wants or picks. I just want an eloquent, smart person in the number 2 spot to contrast with Kamala Harris, who's neither eloquent nor particularly gifted when it comes to higher math or spelling. As I often say, she's not going to win the spelling bee. Let me close by reminding you, Jamaica got hammered. Please text my name, Hewitt, Hewitt, to 51555. That's Hewitt, Hewitt, to 51555. Food for the Poor, which is headquartered, born in Jamaica. We'll take your money via the link they send you and put it into Jamaica directly. That's Hewitt, Hewitt, to 51555. Hewitt to 51555. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Harley. Thank you, Dwayne. I'll talk to you tomorrow on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
Portions of the Hugh Hewitt Show are brought to you by Food for the Poor.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-504-8790. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-504-8790. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-504-8790.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center, may not be available in all states.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt from my friends at BestHotGrill.com, who also make the best gas logs for your fireplace. Now is the time to prepare for the colder fall and winter season. Rising energy costs, you want to warm one room, not your entire home, with a blazing Rasmussen gas log fire. With the convenience and controllability of a natural gas or propane gas log set, you can reduce the time you use your furnace. Gas logs are also an excellent source of emergency heat to keep your family warm during worrisome power outages. Rasmussen gas logs also make your fireplace.
Media Minute with Howard Kurtz.
The Supreme Court 6-3 decision giving Donald Trump substantial immunity from prosecution is already shaking up the campaign. Judge Juan Merchan in the hush money case has agreed to postpone what was going to be a July 11 sentencing until September 18th. At that point, can he really send the former president to jail with just 6 weeks to go in the campaign? Trump is asking that the conviction be overturned altogether. Questions are being raised about other legal cases. Will the January 6th case ever be able to come to trial? Even the classified documents case could be affected because if it uses anything from when Trump was in the White House, that has to be disqualified. Meanwhile, President Biden deciding that just putting out a statement wasn't good enough, so we went before the cameras and said it was up to the voters to hold Trump accountable because the courts would not. He said he dissented, and he took no questions. With your Media Minute, Howie Kurtz, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM, and 104.3 HD3.
A tense briefing at the White House. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
A little respect here, please.
Spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre facing a fresh barrage of questions about the president's health, declining to name any specialists who treat the president after reports that White House logs show multiple visits from a Parkinson's expert. Jean-Pierre says the president is not being treated for Parkinson's disease, that he has a neurological exam every year as part of his physical, and that an additional exam was deemed not warranted.
The neurologists have said it is not warranted. The president himself, he said it today, he said it multiple times, and the doctor has said this. Everything that he does day in and day out as it relates to delivering for the American people is a cognitive test.
This after the president told MSNBC earlier today.
I wouldn't be running if I didn't absolutely believe that I am the best candidate to beat Donald Trump in 2024.
Later also telling a call with donors he's not going anywhere. And he sent a letter to congressional Democrats saying it's time for questions about the way forward to end. Some Democratic lawmakers remain unconvinced. Houston Mayor John Whitmire urging people to stay off the roads after a deadly landfall by Hurricane Beryl earlier today.
Do not put our first responders in further danger.
Beryl has since been downgraded to a tropical storm heading over East Texas after killing at least 2 people and knocking out power to more than 2 million homes and businesses. 3 teenagers are charged with capital murder in Jackson, Mississippi, where a security guard was shot to death at a gas station and convenience store overnight after asking the suspects to leave. Police arresting 3 boys within hours, 2 of them 17, one 16. The Jackson police chief says video footage shows the deadly encounter and that 60-year-old security guard Roy Love never drew his weapon. Mixed finish on Wall Street. The Dow down 31 points at the bell, but new records again for the S&P and the NASDAQ. America's listening to Fox News.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Chicago officials are vowing justice after more than 100 people were shot over the July 4th weekend.
19 people were shot and killed in Chicago, 84 shot and wounded over the 4th of July holiday weekend. A 27% increase in shootings from the same time last year and continued citywide violence that Democrat Mayor Brandon Johnson blames on community disenfranchisement and disinvestment. He also says the city has had enough.
There will be consequences for the violence. We will not let criminal activity ruin and harm our city.
Police Superintendent Larry Snelling saying so far no arrests.
Those people have to be taken off the street. They have to be put away.
One of those murdered over the weekend in Chicago, an 8-year-old boy.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. Police point to gang violence and repeat offenders for the city's gun violence, asking the public for information. Travel surges to a new record at the airports over the holiday weekend.
The Transportation Security Administration revealing it screened more than 3 million people at airports Sunday, surpassing the previous record of 2.99 million set last month, saying 2024 in general has been historic with 9 out of 10 of the busiest travel days, topping pre-pandemic levels. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas calling the milestone an extraordinary achievement, noting TSA agents checked in roughly 35 passengers and their luggage every second during a busy weekend. While folks are still experiencing inflation fatigue, travel costs, including airline tickets and hotel prices, have eased from a year ago, with AAA saying flights were 2% cheaper last week compared to the week of Independence Day 2023.
Fox's Christine Goodwin. Recapping stocks, the Dow drops about 31 points, but a record close again for the S&P, hitting 5,572, and the NASDAQ topping 18,400.
Elisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545 or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
There are so many issues that I see happening for Guam, and I have so many ideas for how we might try a different path. I love my island, and I want to serve you. So read my plan at gingercruise.com, and I humbly ask for your vote. I'm Ginger Cruz, and I approve this ad.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Hafade and good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Tuesday, the 9th of July. I'm Norman Analista with a look at your local news on The Point. Attorney General Douglas Moylan has confirmed that his office has been investigating what the Public Auditor's Office earlier found to be improper laptop purchases by the Guam Department of Education, mostly without having a contract with a sole vendor and without working with the AG's office for purchases over $500,000 as required by law. The Office of Public Accountability initially reported the improper purchases in March, but it was only last week that the OPA released the names of the vendors that GDOE paid the most to supply laptops and other pandemic-era supplies and services. GDOE paid Pacific Data Systems $18.6 million, mostly for laptops that students were supposed to use during the pandemic. In other local news, a man on trial was found guilty of several charges related to possessing drugs and leading officers with the Guam Police Department on a chase, but he was acquitted of a theft of a motor vehicle charge. On Friday, in the Superior Court of Guam, the trial of Brian Jason Martinez concluded with a jury of 12 finding Martinez guilty of illegal possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, eluding a police officer, resisting arrest, and reckless driving with property damage, as stated in a press release from the Office of the Attorney General. Martinez's charges stem from an incident on April 28th when he was accused of driving a stolen vehicle and leading police on a chase from Manilao to Santa Rita, Sumay. After the chase, Martinez fled and was located the next day and found to have methamphetamine in his possession, as stated in court documents. We'll have more news after this.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
A man suspected of damaging a woman's car late last year allegedly tried to disarm a Guam police officer and assaulted 3 other officers at the Central Precinct. Timothy Michael Gay was charged with disarming a peace officer and 3 counts of assault on a peace officer after he was arrested July 4th. A magistrate complaint filed in the Superior Court of Guam states that Gay was arrested in connection to an October 25th, 2023 incident in which he was accused of ramming his vehicle into a woman's car. Finally, nonprofit organization Humanities Guahan announces the opening of its 2024 community grant cycle, providing an opportunity for local nonprofit organizations, institutions of higher learning, and local government entities to secure financial support for humanities programs that engage and empower public audiences. Applicants are invited to apply for grants of up to $15,000 for humanities programming. The grant cycle opens July 19th, and the deadline for submission is August August 23rd, 4 in the afternoon, tomorrow Standard Time. And those were your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
No, there's more. I need more news. For instance, when is the big Filipino party on Saturday? I'm not going to try to say the name of it because the last time I just completely butchered it.
Yeah. It's Pista Sanayon. And
that was close. Yes. It was a Pista something.
Pista Sanayon, and it starts at 2, and it runs up till 9 p.m. So 7 hours of action-packed games, entertainment, raffle prizes,
Star and Starlet coming in for the Philippines.
Absolutely right. Yes.
When is that going to happen? Are they flying in that morning or?
Well, one is flying in the day before.
When is the girl flying in? That's what.
Well, I can't release those details.
His name is Inigo Montoya.
What else
My name is Inigo Montoya.
Yeah, top secret.
Just checking. Okay, so where can people get information? Because we got to play commercials and I got to do the weather and stuff, and people are already they're thirsty, they're hungry for the information.
Well, we do have a Facebook page, Filipino Community of Guam. There is also our Instagram page, and we have flyers out everywhere. I mean, I can give you I don't mind giving out my number.
Oh, cool.
Okay, it's 671-797-3333.
I don't feel special anymore.
Hey, my number's out there.
Right.
So if you have any questions about any of the activities, feel free to call me. You know, our president, Patrick Lucis, is really hustling and bustling right now, and our chairperson is Nita Baldovino.
Of course.
You know, they have their own
Nobody
ways
says
get
no to
information out
Nita.
there. That's right. We don't say no to her either.
Right. So is there a dress code?
Well, no, absolutely not.
Because it's beach, right?
It's right. So it's a casual event, and you know, our officers and our peeps who are involved are going to be in traditional Filipino attire that is suitable for outdoors. But everybody who wants to come, you know, come as you are. It's a comfortable event.
But you're going to be there observing.
I'll be there working
for the press.
I'll be there. Yeah.
But you're not going to be taking pictures of seeing what clothes ensembles people put together for the beach.
No, it's more like an overview of the event, but not the fashion part. But yeah, I'll be there taking a lot of pictures.
All right. Well, I might be taking a lot of pictures myself. We'll see what happens. 6:11 in the morning. That's Norman Analista. Here's the weather that he asked me to do. It says isolated showers today, mostly sunny skies. Got a nice sunrise working. You know where this picture came from, Real Joe?
Where?
Stephen Blake.
Stephen, real guy,
real human being sent in this picture this morning.
He's not a bot.
He's one of those guys who says, I don't think we have enough pictures of the chain link fence up and down Teeds in here. So I'm going to capture the sunrise and use the I don't know. There's got to be some kind of a metaphor for the chain link fence and the sunrise and the sun on the other side. Is there a barricade to freedom? And the answer is yes. Why does the airport need so much damn land? Why do they need?
It's a highway to the danger zone.
I don't. Let's go see other places with other airports. They fly basically right through a village here, and this thing here takes up entire 2/3 of the middle of the island. Sorry, mostly sunny again with highs near 90 degrees. The east winds 9 to 11 miles an hour. Oh my God, Joe, that heat wave with the heat index, it'll feel like 96 degrees.
Ooh, you feel that?
You know what it feels like? It feels like I'm standing right in front of the air conditioner. Partly cloudy in the forecast for tonight with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Easterly winds about 9 miles an hour. Scattered showers in the forecast for Wednesday under partly sunny skies. It'll be another warm one, about 88 degrees. Scattered showers and thunderstorms again Wednesday night under mostly cloudy skies. Then more mostly cloudy on Thursday and Thursday evening. Like I said, warm one, 96 degrees with a heat index about a 40% chance of rain, just in case it's not muggy enough. Oh, we're gonna add a little bit to it. That's the one to make certain body parts stick together, and you're wishing you had some talcum powder in certain crevices. God, I love it. I know, right? Sunrise this morning was at 6 o'clock. Already got some great pictures from Pirates Cove. Oh, by the way, I'm bugging everybody about Pika's Best radio station, which is 93.3 Point. Favorite radio personality, that's RAYGIBSON, Ray Gibson, and I'm not sure what category he wants to. So just go and look at all the different categories and just pick whichever ones you like and throw Jeff's Pirates Cove in there, and we'll see what he gets nominated in for the long haul. Sunset tonight should be about 6:52. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 70+ years.
Cool off with Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty, the newest sweet summer treat. Balancing tart and sweet notes, taste the freshest fruit flavors of strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries. Transport your senses to a cool summer vacay with this smooth, creamy, and vibrant treat. Don't miss out and get it while you can. Head on over to Frosty Time and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
The 6:15 Ray Gibson Show portions brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And Kim and Ron over at Security Title, you got questions about real estate and land on Guam? Like, yeah, really, Ray, why does the Guam International Airport have so much dang land? They got two fences. They got a fence outside and a fence inside. Just in case you had questions about, who is security about all of that stuff. You might have questions about that, and I'm not sure if they'll be able to answer that one in particular, but just about everything else having to do with title searches and escrow and like Kim and Ron. Nobody does it better than them at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
We can put the homeless there. Show is Tuesday, yes? This is Tuesday morning?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Like that. Feels good.
Anything except Monday. I don't want to have to repeat the whole Monday thing.
That's in the past.
Yeah. Working our way into the future here. Now, there's a lot. I gotta tell you, today more than any day in recent history, I'm really excited about being here because there really is an incredible amount of very groovy news. That we have a chance to go over here and people that we can drag into the spotlight that is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 the Point. Looking forward to going over some of the stuff. Land is big in my head. Like I said, I will look at a map from time to time of Guam. You know why? Because I have to take the Magagaga Highway to get to work most days, and usually in the afternoon if somebody says, "Hey, Ray, why don't you go? We're going to be doing this thing over in Tamuning or Tumon," or if I got to come back to the office, I always open up my Google Maps or my Apple Maps because I want to see what the traffic is like, especially what traffic is like over on the Magagaga Highway. Because if you drive here on Guam, it's about,
you're stuck.
Yeah, 3:30 in the afternoon. All of a sudden,
no workaround.
You get right to the warehouses, and then that's it. You are in. You got to wait for that ridiculous light down the way to help let you off. But anyway, I digress a little bit. So I look at the Google Maps and I look at all of the area that is the Guam International Airport area, from the upper edge of Route 16 over by where Department of Revenue and Tax is, all the way down to North Gate, and I'm going, gee, that just seems like an awful large swath of property that I wonder if we might be able to use some of that for something else, like I don't know, building houses, apartments, or something like that. I'm not a land use expert, but it always seemed to me that everybody complains, oh my God, the Navy's got so much land. Oh my God, the Air Force got so much land. And I'm looking at it, oh my God, GIA has so much land, and there's a whole lot of it that they don't actually do anything with. Yeah, the most useful part of the land is Paul Packbeer's place, where they're actually making honey with bees, but I don't know. I got to move forward. Literally sweet. Anyway, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show. My name is Ray. I don't know if you didn't notice. I got the thing on the video that you can watch on ThePOINT.gu or Facebook Live, YouTube Live, or Rumble.com and the World Wide Web. Real Joe gets the phone when you call at 888-8255, 888-TALK. If it just ringing for a lot, is because Real Joe is on an assignment. He is on assignment to make sure that every topic, every issue I bring up here this morning is going to have a companion voice, a mover, shaker, headline maker that might be able to, I don't know, illuminate a little bit more of what's going on. And getting back to my original point about the Guam International Airport, one of the reasons why I'm vitally interested in what's happening with land and property here on Guam is because there was quite a long time over at the legislature yesterday where they were talking about the NAFTA. It is a memorial area. What is it? The shrine that they want to build to the ancients, etc. And they want to put it up over a place that overlooks what is, in my mind, just a massive graveyard of our ancestors, and that is Tumon. You know, from that area, Hilton, all the way down to Gotnya, and so they want to have this shrine there, and there's old legislation that provides for the land area. Which was supposed to be like 5 acres, right? It was like 5. I mean, it's not too big. It's only 5. It's 5 acres.
Give or take.
It's 5 acres.
Give or take is the word.
Yeah, apparently. Oh, my God. So yesterday they go into it and they start looking at maps. And all of a sudden, the land mass that they want to use for a shrine, not a mall, not building an apartment, for a shrine, has gone from 5 acres now to, I've heard numbers up to 10, almost 20 acres in the area. And there are many of us conspiracy theorists. And remember, all the conspiracy theories that we've been talking about and anywhere here on Guam, especially over the last 3 or 4 years, have turned out to be spoiler alerts. So what's going on? Why are all of the maps now showing a much larger area for just a shrine? And things got pretty heated over at the legislature yesterday. I mean, not like Trump-Biden debate heated, but there were a couple of moments. I think the most passionate moments came from Speaker Therese Terlahi.
Oh, wow. Sparks.
But I wasn't able to listen to the whole thing. I'll try to get some of it on this morning. But the point is are they expanding the footprint now for this shrine? And, I guarantee the theory is, what? Somebody's going to debate us on a shrine to the ancient Chamorros? Are you not proud? Do you do what? It's 20 acres. What's that? What's that? Yeah. In the grand scheme of things. And so my guess is that they are using that. There's a phrase Real Joe used to describe it.
Don't.
It sounds like it's rock block.
Yeah.
So we're going to make this thing absolutely huge and further diminish the area available for any new hospital facility that might be built on that particular site. We're going to make this so big you won't be able to even put a parking lot
That's
for,
like taking
for a
the
new
armrest
hospital.
in the plane.
Exactly.
You claim the armrest.
If you're in the middle, the armrest is yours. Sorry, that's one of the things. You give up the armrest. If you're seated in the window or if you're seated in the aisle, you give up the armrest to the poor schlub that has to sit in the middle in between you guys. That's the thing. So they're basically taking the armrest, if you will, from out from under the actual occupant of the middle seat. And it's not done yet. I don't think the conversation is over. I don't know that they got anywhere with it, but there's a few people over at the legislature. If you remember the 37th Guam legislature, there's a possibility, 1 of 14. So there's one person of the 14 we're probably not going to reach out to this morning. But everybody else is fair game in that particular story. So you got that. But on to happier news. I got a piece of paper here from Crystal Paco. We'll get her on the line a little bit later on to talk about something that we're all really, really super excited about, and that is the parade that's coming up on the 21st of July. And I got to say, it's been weird since the whole COVID thing, and there seems to be, as we get deeper and deeper and further away from the actual liberation, there seems to be, less urgency to party like it's 1985. I'm gonna just throw it out like there. It's like that. There's the memory that I've got growing up on Guam when it gets to be liberation time is they start the carnival basically on the last day of school, and the carnival. I'm exaggerating, I think, but it always seemed to be that was the start of summer when they opened the carnival, and it was the end of summer when they finally closed the carnival. And there were a reason why there were a lot of people, and the carnival lasted so long because it was a fun place to go. We used to have rides, not bounce houses, rides. We used to have a thing that you could actually get on it, and it would
just
take
a little
you
bit
like
rusty.
a Ferris wheel. It would
A
take
little
you,
rusty.
Not when I was a kid. Not when I was a kid. And I don't get it because, we had oil and
And the guy
lubricants.
who operated had a cigar in his mouth.
Cigar or
dirty.
cigarettes, a Marlboro
Grease on
red
his
cigarette.
cheeks.
And he's working on the equipment down
Way
here,
to
and he's
go,
got
man.
the Marlboro cigarette in his mouth, and it's going
God.
into his eye. That's my recollection. But we used to have rides and Ferris wheels, merry-go-rounds, all kinds of other stuff. That the kids could lose a finger on. But and there were, oh my God, all of the games. They're talking about the games of chance coming to the carnival. There was a time it was all games of chance. And there was food.
You walked away broke.
There's 100 different kinds of food that you could eat. You could drink beer and walk around with a big open can of Schlitz or Oli or something like that with your best girl around your arm. And those were incredible times, and they seem to last all the way through the summer. What do we got this year? We're going to have 2 days. We're going to have 2 days of knockdown, drag out, food truck fun.
48 hours.
Over at the carnival. But the thing that has managed to stay, the one element that manages to stay the same, and maybe gets better as the years pass, is the actual parade. There was a time where all you did, you dragged the whole family put them in the car, station wagon, whatever. You drive into Agana, and then you'd walk over to the parade, and that's where you watch the parade, and then after the parade, everybody gets back in the car, go home. But I'm trying to remember what year we started doing this, when we started allowing people to camp out on the grounds. And that turned itself into, oh, my God, like a 2 or 3 day kind of fiesta that was taking place. But maybe they're going to be doing some of that now. Maybe they don't need to be doing that. DPR has announced parade route reservations. The Department of Parks and Rec announced, this is yesterday, that the issuance of camping permits along Marine Corps Drive from KFC to the Bang of Hawaii, the Daog northbound, and from Daog is the name of the tree, and from GWA Waste Treatment Plant to the last parking lot beach side for the 80th Annual Liberation Day Parade will be held this coming Friday, 7/21, at the Paseo Stadium building.
Is that the tree with the balls?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you got to be very, very careful as you don't run around
hurt your ankle.
unless you. Yes, it'll twist it up. Applicants are requested. Yeah, this is the part I'm looking at. This going, okay, we got some bureaucrat running things over there. Applicants are requested to enter through the Paseo Center Court main gates. As with last year's parade, both sides of the street will be permitted. From Andy's Lock and Key to Adelup southbound, and from Adelup Mobile Gas Station to the District Court of Guam in the north. Department of Parks and Rec will not be issuing permits for these areas. You know why? Because they're owned by somebody.
Shout out, Andy.
Hey. Can you open my safe? Private owners and businesses will be responsible for their respective areas. There's just before you get
your stuff up, man.
just before you get to Adelup, it's kind of in the old Mark's Hardware area. There's this condo that went up there.
Yeah.
And it's full of like military guys, and they're up in the very top. They start drinking beer at like 6 o'clock in the morning. Those are my people. Reservations handled on a first come, first served basis. $50 per 2020 space, $25 for a 10 by 10 space. Okay, got it? Fees
10 by 10
are not refundable. And payable upon registration. Only one permit will be issued per adult applicant after showing proof and a valid picture identification. Temporary vendor permits will be issued to vendors. And I was looking at this wondering, do I need to get one of these? I got to provide a copy of my business license, health certificates, and a $100 fee.
Wow.
$50 for nonprofits, and the fees are non-refundable. There's a cleaning deposit of $75, which I suppose means I get to go back to get the money. For safety reasons, campers will be allowed to set up starting at 8 a.m. Saturday, July the 20th, and must break down their tents by 6 p.m. Sunday evening. Campers will be allowed to remain for the fireworks at 7:21 p.m. and then clear out of there by 8 o'clock. And any markers or shelters installed prior to the indicated time will be removed by DPR park police officers, and the owner's permit will be revoked. This is the equivalent of like when you got a thing, it's like Talent Box or something, and the one mom comes in with the big purse and then puts something on all of the chairs and reserves the entire row. This is all my row here. Because I got my cell phone over there. I got the car keys. I got my wallet. I got my purse. I got me. I got 20 other things for my purse. It's the same thing, but they're not going to tolerate it. Angel Shablan says if you start leaving crap on the side of the road here to quote reserve your spot before the anointed time, then it will be picked up and sold off for beer money or something like that. I'm sure there'll be more of that kind of thing coming up, but I'm delighted that they're working it like that. There were a lot of people that were critical because you're passing by this area. And you're like, it's 2 days away from the parade, and you've got all these people look like they're capable of working and holding a job. And what are they doing? They're sitting there strolling on their phone.
In the Marianas.
Back in the olden days, they sit there with their Blackjack 21 little thing they got from the store. You remember that? Anyway, great memories. Oh my God, great memories. A lot of stuff to get to here this morning. Oh my God, it's already 6:29. Do I want to? Let Norman know we're going to go ahead and because I talked too much about the parade and I didn't get a chance to get started with the parade of celebrities that we've got waiting for us lined up on the Facebook side. More on that here in a couple of minutes. I'm not sure if Norman has this story, but if he doesn't, I'm going to beat him to the punch here. I got a word from the Chamber of Commerce yesterday that they will be having a Democratic congressional forum going to be taking place Wednesday, July 31st. Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's $45 if you're a member in there. And I tell you what, do me a favor, if he's in town, somebody buy Jimmy Craig Moylan a ticket. Jimmy, I want that, and let him sit right in front of this forum. I want him to sit right in front of the forum and look at Mike Nicholas and Ginger and Amanda with his arms closed as you go, tell me about all the great things you think you're going to do when you get to Washington, D.C. Go ahead. Show me how easy all of this is. And the only one that might have the opportunity to be able to actually do that and look back at him and say, come on, it's not that hard, is former Congressman Mike Nicholas. More details on that coming up. In the meantime, we got to jump into our first big look at news and headlines with Norman Analista. Good morning. Say your name again.
Afternoon. Good morning, Guam. I'm Norman Analista with a look at headlines on The Point. Senators engaged in heated debate over how much land is planned to be used to build a shrine honoring Chamorro ancestors at ThePOINT in Tamuning because local law allows only up to 5 acres, but now officials are eyeing a total of 14 acres. Some senators say the questionable added acreage could take away from a proposed site of a new Guam Memorial Hospital. Vice Speaker Tina Munya Barnes's bill, 26437, seeks to appropriate $5 million from excess fiscal 2024 general fund revenues to the Department of Parks and Recreation to build the Naftan Menyana Idata Shrine. Meanwhile, with less than a week to go before early voting begins at the Western Resort in Tumon on July 15th, senators are still discussing a proposed $415,000 funding for the Guam Election Commission to conduct the primary election. Senators during legislative session yesterday discussed Senator Joe San Augustin's Bill 28037, which would appropriate $415,000 from excess fiscal 2024 general fund revenues for the primaries. San Augustin says while the legislature had authorized $400,000 to GEC to fund the primary election in the budget bill, the Bureau of Budget and Management Research sent an April 15th letter expressing concerns that no funding source was identified. Finally, on Sunday night, the Mayor's Council of Guam hosted the 80th Liberation Queen coronation at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. The 80th Guam Liberation Queen, Leila Cabrini Delgado Espinal's reign officially begins. But it's more than just a crown for the Queen from Mangilao. She says she will use her platform to spread positivity. She also emphasizes the importance of community support. Those are your local headlines on The Point. Back to Ray.
All right, got you, buddy. 633-888-8255-888 TALK. That's a telephone number. Meme Machine is online. I already showed you pictures from Jeff over at Pirates Cove and Stephen Blake
Real guy?
Yeah, real guy, real guy. So if you got anything, if you got more to share, you're more than welcome. 7978255, and this one here comes from our friend Marichu, who sent in a picture. I don't know, got no way to confirm this, but this might be the latest cover of the Economist magazine, and it looks like one of those senior citizen strollers with the president's seal on it that says, "No way to run a country." But here's the thing, and Jerry Roberts and I talked about this a little bit yesterday. Actually, a lot yesterday, and so I downloaded a copy of Project 25 from the Heritage Foundation, and I was telling Jerry, I said, this I like it. I mean, I've just read the first 18, 19 pages, just the foreword, if you will, of the rest of 900 or so pages of what has got many of my lefty friends absolutely hair on fire. Like, Donald Trump is going to take away all of our freedoms, and he's not the only one. These guys aren't the only ones. There's so many others. Axios, which from time to time, as you know, tends to tick me off, has got a whole big thing about how it's going to be Donald Trump's dream regime that he's got, because he's got all of the tools he has necessary to achieve many of the things that they have got written down in this Project 25 thing, even though Donald Trump says, I don't have anything to do with it. That was a Heritage Foundation. There's a whole bunch of other conservatives. It's not necessarily my documentation. But you just know at the end of that, Donald Trump in the back of it says, saying, but those are some pretty good ideas. We will save our children from the socialist elites that are running things right about now. In the meantime, 6:34. Well, I know there's a lot of stuff to get to, but I got to take care of these guys who've been waiting long enough to hear that Mike Grace Bloss is number one.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
6:35, and yes, it's true. Mike Grace Bloss, Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas were the very first ones on the app of record, which is the iPad. I'm showing it to the camera. The camera's not even on me. The on me on the screen now. Sunrise picture from Pirates Cove. It's an outstanding shot. Now, I don't know. Like I said, you can nominate Jeff for any category you think that he might have
Best
an opportunity
pirate.
to win in. Yeah, best pirate, best pirate sunrise picture taker. You know, I don't know if there's a category for that, but there should be. Jeff, we'll talk to our people. We'll talk to our people over at the PDN and see what they've got to say about it. Oh no, did I just? I think I just did. I just zoomed out of the Facebook Live thing. Hold on, let me see if I can. No, that's not it. Did it again. All right. Fine, go to the YouTube side. see what the guys at the YouTube are going.
Tuesday.
I know it's Tuesday. No, it's they changed things up on the Facebook. So if I nudge the player in the wrong direction, then I lose my place in it. When I come back, it'll be like the latecomers, all the guys that come in late. I'm not even going to be able to find it now.
Slackers, Ray.
Oh, yeah, right. That's the word I was looking for. That's in there somewhere. Hate this part. Okay. All right. I'll get around to finding it later. Say I should have done it at 20 after, but I'm just so happy about all the stuff we get to talk about. All right. On the YouTube side, it's going to be a smaller list. At the front of it is Tommy Napati saying, "Good morning, Ray and the family." Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas with her litany, if you will, of all of the Republicans that she wants you to support. Tony and Jess Lujan and Sabrina Salas, Tattoo Sean, Vicente Borja. Vote for change, Republicans all the way, except Fisher. Also, Biba Trump and Biba Doug Moylan. Far From Home is online. Tattoo Sean Gumatau checking in from Telefofo. Lisa Greeno with the instructions for the show today. Another fun, exciting, informative, and professional, productive day with The Point. Okay. Okay,
That's
so
what we
I
do
gotta
around
be
here.
fun and exciting and informative. Professional, I'm not sure about that. Well, I'm wearing a shirt with a collar with buttons on it. That's as close as you're going to get. AB, hey, that's my buddy. AB says, "Good morning." Tom Fisher is still what kind of emoji is that? Just leave it out. Alupang Guam, Rico B hanging out on this side. What's that, Alupang? I think the shrine would be nice in Agania, where old DOE used to be, close to the museum and historical Spanish Plaza, the bridge, Tumon Bay. Not smart, in my opinion. Bad Boy 671 Barbecue is there. Pete Apu, AB back saying, oh, my God, how about we build a shrine to health on EPAL Point called a hospital? Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, Guam. Carolyn Long saying hello to me and the Point Familia. Lupang says, I still think the Pacific Star should be converted to a hospital. Then we could market Guam for lucrative medical tourism. It's interesting. It would be an interesting concept. I don't know that it would be worth all of the dough that you'd have to throw into retrofitting and all of that. Certainly we could take care of certain activities down there because we got 18 kitchens in the place, so we wouldn't have to worry about some place to make the hospital food that will be served out to everybody. But you'd have to rerun everything, solid electricity, HVAC, all of the other interstitials, like having an oxygen plug in the actual room, and plus all the data connectors now that you need, because everything is all data controlled, or should be, so that you would be able to have telemetry one room into the other, into the other, into the other. So I'm not sure about that. I think maybe all of those things that we would do with the Pac Star, we ought to throw into a new hospital that we build over at Hospital Point. And there's a reason why it's called that. And if we're not, as I'm fond of saying, then give the money back to the Paris clan and let them have their land back so that they can make millions of dollars that the family practically should have been making, if not for their generosity after all of these years. 20 minutes away from the top of the hour, more Ray Gibson Show, including, we'll take a look at traffic and more after these.
Life shouldn't be this hard for those who live here. I have a vision for lower prices on airfare, more affordable housing, better health care, and moving veteran services from Hawaii to Guam. I will get Guam a role in the economic expansion in the Asian Pacific, with more federal support for infrastructure, a 100% screen to stop illegal drugs, and new high-paying jobs. We can turn Guam's unique position into lasting prosperity. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I humbly ask for your vote.
Guam Regional Medical City, the island's leader in specialty services, now provides Guam's only rheumatology care. GRMC welcomes Dr. Jirapat Tirakanok, a double board-certified rheumatologist who specializes in the care of rheumatoid arthritis, gout, lupus, osteoporosis, and more. Take the next step towards relief. Call GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
Yeah. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. Massive summer event going on. I don't have all the details on it right now, but these guys are trying to get you into a new place, and there's something, I don't know, I read something in there, something in the order of $8,000. I think they're trying to 800 and tie it with the 80th anniversary of Liberation. I'll get you more details. In the meantime, you swing by NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. Take a look at the inventory. Take a look and let your fingers do the shopping with all the different kinds of rides that they've got. Trucks, sedans, SUVs, crossovers, whatever it is that you need for your family, they've got a great, economical, super fun to own, super fun to drive around vehicle for you. NissanGuam.com. Hey, who got stuck in that traffic jam yesterday? And again, what was it? There was one car. No, it was a truck that hit a car at the intersection of 1 and 8. Yeah, did you see that? And that messed up traffic going back all the way past District Court. It was crazy driving around there. So I didn't do a whole lot of driving around. I just did the reporting on that. What else do we got for you right now? Don't see anything that's going to slow you down. Just a little bit of traffic up at Anderson Air Force Base. And southbound from there, things are looking pretty good. You'll pass right through the main gates of Jigo in the Matagwak and that area. And then down to Daytado, Waisang Song's looking pretty clear. Don't see a whole lot at 1 and 3. Micronesia Mall intersection clean as well. Already starting to see traffic slowing down over at the Department of Revenue and Taxation. South from there, under 8, 10, and 16, virtually no traffic there whatsoever. Nothing major on Route 8 into town. Route 4 is running clear. Marine Corps Drive, though, as you get past Kmart and closer to the peninsula over ITC building and Horse and Cat and all of the other thing, might see a little bit of southbound traffic that's starting to build up right around that intersection that takes you into the old hospital road. All right, nothing else major that's going to slow you down from there all the way to the other intersection of 1 and 8. Everything is looking good. Nigua and Adelup and all the way down to Petey, etc. Not a bad morning to drive. Enjoy it. We're just 6:42. That's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Hey, there, party people.
It's me, Ray Gibson. Get ready to rewind the clock and groove to the beat to yesteryear. The Throwback Part 2 is back and better than ever, bringing you all the hits that make you feel young again. Join us Saturday, July 13th at Club Zone Nightclub in Tumon as DJ Daryl Izama spins the ultimate throwback playlist. The 70s, 90s keep you on the dance floor all night long. Plus, we're doing another incredible cash drop. Super cash drop, $2,500. And some great throwback t-shirts. Don't miss out on the nostalgia trip of the year. Grab your friends, dress to impress in your retro best, and dance the night away at Throwback Part 2. Doors open at 8:30. See you on the dance floor. Get your tickets now online at guamtime.net. They're $20 plus taxes and fee, but it'll be more at the door, so get it online now. Throwback Part 2, brought to you by the local grindhouse in Barrigada.
Lolita Cammett of Half a Day Realty.
76 Circle K.
Island Clothing.
Sabrina for Senator.
Bud Light.
BBG Automotive and the stations of choice broadcasting. Throwback Part 2. Relive the memories on Saturday, July 13th, 8:30 at Club Zone Tumon. Be there or be square. Good plan. 6:44 in the morning. GuamTime.net on the World Wide Web. Your tickets are waiting for you. Hey, you want your kid to master martial arts? Mount Carmel School is registering new students this week. MMA champ Brandon Vera has joined the MCS faculty, along with a couple of other trainers that he's bringing out just for that new dojo. Get your kid registered today. Even if he lives all the way up in Jigo and the school's down in Agate, don't worry about it. We have buses. It's 2024. We can get him from here to there. 565-5128.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I was able to find the feed finally, and shouts to Annette Ada Vasquez, and thank you very much. Somebody was asking online on Facebook yesterday about if anybody knew anything about the stateside liberation plans. I know, right? I know. Wait. Now that they celebrate in the States, too? Oh, did the Marines go and liberate them in Vallejo and up in Washington State? No, but that's where there's lots and lots of Chamorros. Annette heard that, sent me a list, and it's crazy because I thought she was putting the list together. It's actually a database of stateside liberation events that was compiled by Mayor Robert Hoffman. Mayor Hoffman has all the deets on all of the liberation activities that are going to be taking place.
People from Guam.
Yeah, right. The new PFG. Anyway, so if you're on Facebook and you're listening stateside, part of the international listening audience, then I urge you to go find Robert Hoffman's page on Facebook and take a look at that and hit the share button. If he's allowed to share, hit the share button so people will be able to, your followers will be able to see what's going on. So Annette's online. Joe Jerry, Stephen Blake says it's Tuesday. Excuse the mess. Ismail says Biden tells Democrats he's staying in the race, or else Jill won't let him have ice cream. There's Bistra Rusanova Mendiola, who is listening, but I don't know if she's listening on Guam. It's summertime. There's a lot of people traveling. Russia. Yes, Ken Augustin is there, says go red. Vince Borja online. Beautiful Sarita Garin says professional and productive day at the point. Yeah.
What is this about,
I don't know. It's roll my eyes. It's summer. Nobody's professional.
What's going on?
Auntie Bennett, Luan, Duenas, there we go. Oh, Stephen Blake says happy birthday to my youngest granddaughter, Mana Blake. Love that name. Andy Terlai says to the new soon-to-be Dado mayor, besides the cleanup of the village, please put your registered residents in a database and get rid of the old filing cabinets and cards. Really? That's interesting. Who else is online? Auntie Bennett, like I said, Brennan Fausto, Lynn Vince Borja Polino, looking around to see if Dale Audette is here. And sure enough, he says he is. Dale Audette says, happy birthday to my beautiful wife, Julene Audette, on Guam, but tomorrow in Florida. Gotcha. And then you're right. Thanks for putting her in the profile picture. Absolutely beautiful. Natalie Smith is watching the program here this morning. I got Brennan Fausto, Satrina Louise Garrettson Martinez saying happy birthday to Stephen Blake's granddaughter. Nice. Real Joe, could you do me a favor? See the profile picture with Satrina?
I do.
Needs a right click, buddy.
right away.
Thank you very much, Gerard Estoy and Cecile Bambasuda. Have a great day, Guam. Stay safe. I'll take a look at that a little bit more as we get further and further into the rest of the program. In the meantime, 647-888-8255, 888-TALK. Got a couple of interesting magistrate reports and some other interesting news. It looks like they have identified the individual whose body was dumped on the road. I'll get you some details on that before too much longer, as well as the continuing media blitz over our new Archbishop. We spent a little bit of time talking about this yesterday because we got a new one. The guy's a bishop up in Canoa, but I guess they're going to Archbishop him. And there's believe it or not, a meet and greet today.
No.
Yes. Yeah, I'll get you the details. I got it from Tony. Archbishop-elect Ryan Jimenez will be available to meet island media during a news briefing at 10:30 today at the St. John Paul the Great Center at the Chancery on San Ramon Hill. Pope Francis appointed the Most Reverend Ryan P. Jimenez, Bishop of the Diocese of Canoa, as the new Archbishop of the Metropolitan Archdiocese of Guam. The installation Mass will be celebrated August the 15th. The Solemnity of the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary at the cathedral. The Very Reverend Romeo D. Cuncovar, Apostolic Administrator of Agana, retains his leadership position until that time. And if you are attending on behalf of the media, then leave your name over at the front Chancery office, and then you're going to be good to go. In the meantime, at 6:49, we were talking earlier about what felt sometimes like a heated conversation about this shrine that we want to build, and there's only one place that we can put a shrine, because Skinner Plaza is full. Is that what it is? Skinner Plaza, there's already too many statues there. We're going to do a shrine just all by itself, and we'll put it over at Hospital Point. And originally it was going to be 5 acres. 5 acres for a shrine still sounds big to me, but, who am I, right? I'm just a loudmouth on the radio. But apparently the guys over at the legislature were taking a look at the maps. I think it was Tello first that said, this is the map that we used when we originally passed the legislation, and now there's a new map, and it looks like the area has expanded significantly.
Swollen.
It got swole. It got swole, like they say.
There's some inflammation.
Yeah. So Dr. Wen is on the line here. Dr. Al Wen is Buenos and Hafa, great to have you online. Were you able to watch any of the proceedings yesterday at the legislature?
No, I couldn't. Someone forwarded me the article, and then I read about the article and the shrine. And in my opinion, the shrine is an honorable thing to do for our ancestors.
Absolutely.
Right? And I think we really need it. I don't know how big the shrine will be, but 5 acres, a lot of land to take over 14 acres. I'm not sure if even we build one, the Guam can even afford to upkeep the shrine. Everything that we do, the maintenance is horrible. So it's going to be an eyesore and an insult to our ancestors. We can't keep up with it. Every negative thing will be positive thing, right? It's the serenity and the place where we honor our ancestor with the shrine. And I think they should talk along the same time to build a hospital right next to it, because spiritually we take care of ancestors, but emotionally and psychologically and physically we need the new hospital to be in the same place in order for our people to get there and get healed and get better.
Does it look like to you, Doc, and I appreciate your thoughts, obviously, but I mean, does it look like they have expanded this to kind of crowd out any possibility of a new hospital?
Yeah, so I look at it. I mean, the land over there is minimal, and look like we kind of do everything to kind of shift the idea that there's not enough space for the new hospital, right? I mean, it had to be really transparent on how this thing go about to go from 5 to 14 acres. But to me, even the worst scenario is they approve the 14 acre. I think we still have enough land to build a new hospital. GRMC less than 10 acre, and we have more than 10 acre left to build a new hospital right there. But I think the timing is kind of off at this point. The legislature session now is I guess 2-3 months out before the new member coming in. And I don't know what they're going to do for the next 2 months. Except that this is one.
They're going to campaign.
The idea to get votes. Yes,
Doctor. They're going to campaign in front of your offices. Right there in front of the clinic.
I just and I read about it. It cost $5 million. Really, Raymond. Yesterday, I had 3 families that crying because they had to move off island. The cost of living is so high. Right? I mean, excess tax mean that the 120-something million excess tax. I mean, you tax people way too high, and in turn, the cost of living go way up in the sky. And I mean, this 3 family are crying. They are from here. They just hate to move out longer. They can't live here no more. So I think we have to spend the excess money somehow, kind of in a way, to help the people in Guam. We pay for the power, everything, but still we have to do a lot more. Maybe. Cut the tax or something so the cost of living might go down for the people, right? I mean, just like AMC, we close on Saturday one location because we cannot afford to keep it open, because the cost of living, the cost of power, and everything go up. So you will see the service, everything go down because tax is out of reach for a lot of people.
Well, and I've been a proponent for many years of what you do in your place should not be taxed. I don't think there's anything that happens in your buildings that should be taxed. The services that you provide should be tax-free. The medicine that you prescribe should be tax-free.
Yeah, but that's reality is we are not tax-free, and access to care will be impacted because, the cost of doing business here is very high, and now the more businesses are closing, and we have $126 million of excess tax, meaning that my goodness, this administration, you gotta look to make things cheaper for the people. But again, the shrine is an honorable thing. We will support it. It's just that we just have to make sure that it does not impinge on the hospital. Right? That's the part where
I think that's exactly the plan. I think that's exactly what's happening, and they're going to. Oh, how do I want to say this? They're going to try to make it grassroots, and proclaiming that anybody that doesn't want a big 20-acre shrine at the old hospital point doesn't like the Chamorros or doesn't like the history of the culture, and they'll use that. They will. The term I use is astroturfing because it's not really grassroots. It's these guys trying to get their way and saying, "Oh, I defy you to say anything about putting a shrine to our ancients on the hospital property." And nobody's saying don't put it there. No, I'm not even heard anybody say don't put it there. I'm just saying, do you need 15? Do you need all of this? Chris Barnett was getting frustrated talking to Joe Borja about it, and accused Joe of muddying the waters by throwing out all these different numbers, all these different ways to calculate the size and where the offset is and where the lines go, and all of that. And so I don't know where they're going to end up, but it was very, very clear to me in this that it was growing. That reminds me. There's an old story about a guy that had this great land scam that was going on here on Guam, and he just fabricated a whole bunch of maps. And if they'd have used the same scale on the maps that he was using, Guam would be about 200 miles long and 200 miles wide. It would have been absolutely huge. And they had these big signs up, and it had the guy's name and a slogan. It was helping Guam grow, literally. And I think maybe that's what they're trying to do out there. Doc, I do appreciate your time, and I do appreciate you checking in yesterday when I was talking about that young lady in front of my house that was apparently going through some kind of psychotic trip due to some kind of drugs that she was on. I don't know if it was crystal methamphetamine or fentanyl.
Just methamphetamine. They got to cool down with right? And the unfortunate part really is that we have patients referred to behavioral health for meth use, and they want to be detoxed, right? I mean, the waiting list is about 4 to 6 weeks out, and I mean, to me, we put on this idea about meth and try to arrest on the dealer, but we got to take care of people and try to get them help. They want to get off the meds for their family, we should immediately take them in rather than put them on waiting list. It doesn't make no sense.
Do we have the people to guide them through the process? Do we have any, back in the heroin days, we used to have methadone, and neither one was any good, but at least the methadone helped you break the cycle of the heroin addiction, and it was easier to get off of from there. Do we have any alternatives that we can provide?
Yeah, we need to put more money and manpower and open that service a lot bigger. to provide the service to these people. And they really need help. And I feel sorry for the lady, and thank you for calling police to make sure she gets help. But unfortunately, there's nothing that you can do because she's still alert oriented. You can't arrest her to bring her in the hospital.
Yeah.
But yes, it's just a concerned citizen, Ray, and thank you for doing that for her.
Yeah, well, it's that's somebody's daughter, that's maybe somebody's mom, maybe somebody's wife out there somewhere, and I'm sure somebody cares for her, and frankly, if I was going through something like that, I'd hope somebody would try to get me help as well. Closing in on 7:00 in the morning, Dr. Howe. It's always a pleasure talking with you. When are they going to reopen the Fobasa on Marine Corps Drive? Do you know?
I think they're open already.
Are they?
You should go there tonight. Yeah.
I might could. It's the last time I went, I didn't realize they had a place that they opened up a place in Tumon. Did you know that?
Yes, I know that. But the original place was better, so you better visit there tonight.
I don't disagree. Maybe I'll see you there. We'll have some thought together. Close, okay. As I said, almost 7:00 in the morning. Fox News Live is coming up in just a few moments, and we'll take care of that. Find out the absolute latest about what's going on in Washington D.C. As Joe Biden. He was on Morning Joe, and he was the alert version of Joe Biden. I don't know which body double they were using, but it was the one that was the shouty Joe Biden. And if you listen to the audio, and they might play for
Joe Biden.
Triple shot, double monster. We're doing Monster Energy drink and
venti,
exactly
latte.
So he was on this morning, and he is no longer seemingly tilted towards the Republicans as much as he is tilted now at the Democrats, the elites in his own party, saying, "I'm in it. If you want the shot, you want a shot at it, declare your presidency, your candidacy for presidency. We'll see you at the convention." I think we're getting full-blown Game of Thrones on this thing. It's going to be exciting to watch. And I got a great meme I'll put up on the screen to illuminate and I don't know, made me laugh when I saw it. So I'm hopefully it will make you laugh as well. 888-8255. Keep that number handy. You got stuff you want to talk about. If it's busy, it means I got a mover, shaker, headline maker in the wings and ready to go on the air. But keep trying because I want to hear from you. You can leave notes for me on the Facebook and the YouTube side if you want to as well. Coming up, details on how you can get your tickets to go to Throwback #2 Saturday night at Club Zoo. Right now, Fox News.
White House tries to turn the page on Lisa Brady, Fox News, but reporters pressing Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre on reports that a Parkinson's specialist has made several visits to the White House.
Has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No.
Jean-Pierre says the president has had 3 neurological exams, one each year with his annual physical, and that his doctor has said an additional cognitive test is not warranted. President Biden saying again today he's not going anywhere and telling congressional Democrats in a letter it's time for questions about the way forward to end. But so far, the president hasn't been able to shut down that conversation, with more Democrats calling on him to drop out either publicly or privately.
Over the weekend, 4 senior Democrats in the House, Jerry Nadler, Adam Smith, Mark Takano, and Joe Morrell, they all decided to abandon Joe Biden. That's according to Punchbowl. They made their wishes very clear during a private leadership call on Sunday that was held by Democrat leader Hakeem Jeffries. Now, they join at least 5 rank-and-file members calling on the president to quit, and apparently more are set to be coming.
Fox's Aisha Hasni on the Hill. House Democrats have a breakfast meeting tomorrow. Senate Democrats meet over lunch. Tornado warnings in Louisiana as Tropical Storm Beryl continues to head inland after landfall early today in southeast Texas as a Category 1 hurricane with a more than 5-foot storm surge.
It's been a while since they've seen a wall of water wash in like this. No surprise when you're talking about that kind of storm surge, that kind of wind, that we've seen power outages. We're up to 2.8 million folks without power out there, and all of those counties that have been hit really slow to recover at this point, largely because this storm is still ongoing.
Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz. In Oregon, at least 4 heat-related deaths suspected as a western heat wave continues. America is listening to Fox News.
Experience the magic of the Super American Circus with Circle K. Spend $25 at any Circle K and receive a free adult ticket. Or make any purchase and show your My Rewards ID at checkout for a free child ticket. Don't miss the chance to experience the Super American Circus at PIC. Grab your free tickets at your favorite Circle K. Promotion is valid until August 31st, 2024. Fuel purchases are not included. Other conditions may apply. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more info.
Half a day. This is Michelle from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
President Biden hosts a NATO summit beginning tomorrow, and much of the focus will be on Ukraine.
The president still believes that NATO is in Ukraine's future. What that future looks like depends on an awful lot of factors. Right now, you got a war going on inside Ukraine, and the focus rightly's got to be on helping them win that war.
National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says new steps will be announced to strengthen NATO's partnership with Ukraine. Today, the UN Secretary General condemning a Russian missile strike that hit a children's hospital in Kyiv, one of the multiple missiles that killed more than 30 civilians at the hospital. A day-long search through the rubble continues. Closing arguments at the corruption trial of New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez.
Prosecutors spent much of the trial laying out evidence they say showed Senator Bob Menendez's wife Nadine was the go-between for her husband and two businessmen who are accused of giving the couple cash, gold bars, and a car. Those businessmen are on trial with the senator. The prosecution says Menendez is alleged to have connected one businessman with a Qatari investor, praising Qatar's government in front of the men. For another businessman, he's accused of helping him become the sole certifier of halal meat products to Egypt. A former staffer testified that Menendez told her he wanted to be less publicly critical of Egypt. Menendez's attorneys pinned the blame on his wife, Nadine, saying it was she who was in touch with these businessmen and that the senator didn't know the full extent of her financial troubles back then. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The senator's wife is also charged and faces a separate trial after she finishes treatment for breast cancer. Just getting in some golf news, word that Keegan Bradley is appointed as the U.S. Ryder Cup captain after Tiger Woods turned down the job. Another mixed finish on Wall Street, the Dow dropping 31 points, but the S&P with another record high, 5,572. The NASDAQ also with a new record close at 18,403. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Cool off with Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty, the newest sweet summer treat. Balancing tart and sweet notes, taste the freshest fruit flavors of strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries. Transport your senses to a cool summer vacay with this smooth, creamy, and vibrant treat. Don't miss out and get it while you can. Head on over to Frosty Time and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Regardless of branches, we place routes for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
BK Melt are back at Burger King. Our new Philly Melt is topped with warm peppers and onions, melty Swiss cheese, and royal sauce on a toasted bun. Also available, the classic with caramelized onions and stacker sauce. Top off your meal with our new mozzarella fries, refreshing Coca-Cola, and our birthday pie. Available for a limited time only. BK Tumon Bay, Hagutnya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you for 35 years. You rule.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. It's 7:06 on Tuesday, the 9th of July. I'm Norman Analista with a look at your local news on The Point. Another appropriation measure seeking to use the general fund excess has emerged from the Guam legislature, this time to support the construction of a new Simon Sanchez High School and any associated costs for the leasing of a temporary school facility. Bill 32137 proposes to appropriate $7 million from fiscal year 2024 general fund excess to the Guam Department of Education for those purposes. The bill states that the appropriation may be used for, but is not limited to, the government cost share to lease a temporary campus for Sanchez High, retention of a construction manager, purchase of campus supplies and equipment, utilities and maintenance, and any other related costs. The Sanchez campus reconstruction has been a long-standing project for the government of Guam. Last school year, Sanchez students had to share a campus with John F. Kennedy High School students under a double session schedule because Typhoon Mawar had damaged the already aged and deteriorating Sanchez facility. In other local news, an official with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs has reiterated that the VA covers and pays for the travel costs of a veteran living on Guam who's referred to the nearest facility on the mainland if the medical service needed is not available on Guam, CNMI, or Hawaii. Patricia Ross, Assistant Secretary for Congressional and Legislative Affairs with the VA, gave the clarification in a July 3rd response letter to Delegate James Moylan, who's been seeking answers on VA's travel policy for veterans living on Guam. Ross says the VA is authorized to pay for travel to the nearest facility that would be qualified to provide the level of care that a veteran needs. If the veteran chooses to go to a facility that is outside of the determined nearest facility, the veteran is responsible for arranging and paying for travel. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Another major military exercise will be taking place. This time, the U.S. Naval Base Guam's annual Commander Naval Installations Command Force Protection Exercise, Citadel Pacific 2024, will take place from July 15th through the 19th. The annual force protection exercise is designed to enhance the readiness and capability of Navy security forces to respond to internal or external threats on board installations. The U.S. Naval Base Guam says in a press release that exercise CP-24 is not in response to any specific threat, but is a regularly scheduled exercise. The Navy says measures have been taken to minimize disruptions to normal base operations, but there may be times when exercise events cause increased traffic around the installation, occasional delays in base access and gate closures, and area residents may also see increased security force activity associated with the exercise. And finally, those who want to pitch a tent or save a special space to comfortably watch the 80th Liberation Day Parade on July 21st along Marine Corps Drive in Hagåtña would have to apply for a parade route camping permit on July 12th. Line up early to apply for a $25 or $50 permit and secure your spot. The Department of Parks and Recreation says issuance of camping permits will begin at 7:21 in the morning at the Paseo Stadium building. It's on a first-come, first-served basis. The fee is $50 per 20 by 20 space and $25 per 10 by 10 space. Only one permit will be issued per adult applicant after showing proof of valid picture identification, and temporary vendor permits will also be issued to vendors. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray.
Well, the other thing is, what are people going to watch when they go to the parade? I don't know what the population is. I don't know how many actual floats are going to be in the parade. Gov Guam floats, mayor floats, village floats, commercial floats, and that kind of thing. I don't get that information yet. I'll see what I can find out. If you would like to register your commercial vehicle, or maybe you're like want to do like a walk or something like that.
I go for the military marching.
Atiatians. The ones that cover themselves all up with the black stuff, and they got the drums and everything. Yeah. Very, very cultural. It's the second noisiest thing at the parade. First noisiest thing at the parade is the motorcycle clubs. Second one is the drum band that they've got with the Atiatians. Absolutely love those. So if you are an interested organization, send an email to register.liberation.parade@gmail.com, and somebody will send a packet back to you with registration forms, rules and regulations, regulations, fees, waivers, affirmations, checklists, yada, 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 yada. Payment for registrations will also be accepted up to and including that deadline. Those without email can call 646 I think it's 4361 and make arrangements to pick up a hard copy. As I said, we'll get more information on this because this is the big event here on Guam. This is it. It's Fiesta in Guam with the Liberation festivities that are going to be taking place. I want to make sure that we've got as many vendors as possible and booths possible over at the couple of days worth of carnival, and we've got miles and miles and miles, hours and hours and hours of Liberation floats in the parade. And as I said before, looking to see how their people are going to try to beat Santa Rita, which is consistently over the years been the champion.
Better rep your village
of the thing. Mostly sunny today, with highs near 90 degrees. East winds 9 to 11 miles an hour. Otherwise, isolated showers could be falling on you today. Partly cloudy tonight, with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Scattered showers and partly sunny skies, with highs near 88 degrees on Wednesday. Wednesday night, scattered showers and thunderstorms are back as a feature in the forecast. Mostly cloudy, with lows around 78 degrees. Thursday, mostly cloudy again, highs near 87, partly cloudy Thursday night. Heat index today up to 96 degrees. There's a 40% chance of rain, and sunset tonight should be about 6:52. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together right here on The Point.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challen, San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Okay. Real Joe's yelling stuff out at me from the other side of the glass. Hey, I got GRMC. There's a big sponsor plug for Guam Regional Medical City there. Your healthcare partner is also being brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I got it. 7:15, Ray Gibson Show, and we're working until 10. We're going to go for 10 again this morning. Four hours of talk radio goodness.
Yeah.
Even though every other market in the United States of America, they only do 3-hour morning talk show. You don't realize just how lucky you got it around here. All right, one of the things that I mentioned in the deal leading up to Fox News, and their guys are already starting to write about it. I'd seen this on X before I came to work this morning. Biden is daring the elites, but he's not daring just any elites. He's daring the elites in his party. And some people are saying, you know what? You're pulling a page right out of Donald Trump's playbook, because the elites in the Republican Party can't stand Donald Trump. Ordinary voters absolutely love the guy. And that's what Joe Biden believes, is that the party elites want him out, but the regular old plain vanilla voters absolutely love Joe Biden. I don't think that's the case. I think there's just a lot of people who don't like Trump on the Democrat side, and Biden's the last man standing, or apparently is the last man standing. So he's going to get that kind of support. I'm so frustrated by the party elites, said Biden in a phone interview on MSNBC's Morning Joe. If any of these guys don't think I should run against me. Announce for president. Challenge me at the convention, Biden said, referring to his easy renomination and cheering crowds at a couple of recent events. Biden said, I wanted to make sure I was right, that the average voter out there still wanted Joe Biden. I'm confident that they do. The CBS News poll found 46% of Democrats, up from 36 in February, and 72% of registered voters think Biden should not run for office. This is CBS News with this. Concerned about his age spiked after the debate, but they're not new. An ABC poll in February found 86% of Americans thought Biden was too old to serve another 4 years. But it's one thing to think it. It's another thing when you turn on a television with a debate that you got, that the White House and the re-election campaign put the whole thing together. Your date, your platform, your people, your questions. I mean, just everything was it was bespoke. It was customized for Joe Biden, and he still blew it. Now, donors, pundits, elected officials are getting publicly skittish, and only now is the walking definition of the Democratic elite, 48 total years in the Senate and White House, starting to rage against them. And so watch as that Game of Thrones drama kind of continues around here. In the meantime, you got Donald Trump that's still rolling around and still drawing massive crowds of people at his rallies. And he still has, I think, a couple of arrows, a couple of bolts left in the quiver. And among them is the vice presidential candidate. I've really been thinking about this. I mean, not necessarily thinking about who it's going to be. I mean, I've got I'd like it to be Tulsi, but that's only because I got, the teenage boy crush on Tulsi Gabbard. I'd like it to be her, but it almost doesn't make any difference as long as it's not somebody that will hurt the platform, seems to be lucid, might be able to go and pull in crowds of her own or his own. Then I think that will just galvanize what's going to be a red wave all across the country.
What about Tucker Carlson?
Who?
Tucker.
Tucker Carlson, I think. All right. You asked. I did not ask you. I did not ask you to do it. But I am. People will ask me. In fact, last week I went to Cost You Less, and you know how they had the food drive with the VFW guys in APL. Yeah. Last week it was a pet group. It was a pet organization, right? I want to say maybe Guam Pause for Pets. I could be wrong.
Whatever it is. Pause for a cause.
It could be, yeah. But they were there, and they saw me walk in, and it was like, oh my God, selfie time, right? It's all these hot married Filipino ladies, and ladies, and a couple of guys, and I walked in. They all wanted selfies. I said, no problem, let's have a selfie. And they gave me a little thing about what they wanted to buy, and I know people that use these, and they go into panic when they can't find them, and that's these little pee-pee, like it's like a diaper, but you put it on the floor.
Ooh, the pad.
Yeah, the pee-pee pad.
Puppy
pee-pee pad. Yeah. So, and even though the dog's like 17 years old, they're still using those because you've trained them to use them. That's why. But I know people that have them, and they panic when they can't find them, like COVID. So I that's what I ended up buying for these guys. That was the thing that I ended up buying for them. But one of them made a comment as I was done with the selfie, and they said, Ray Gibson for senator. I said, no. Come on, you want to, and there's been a couple of times where I played around with the idea, but the paperwork is BS, and I'm not going to subject myself to that. The idea that I've got to have a campaign manager, if I don't do the paperwork, they can take care of it. I don't dislike anybody enough to ask them to do that for me. But the other part of it is...
even me?
I like to think... No, Joe, I like you too much. I don't want you to have to... Ray, where's the receipts from last night's fundraiser? I don't know. I was drunk. You were supposed to look out for that. And you go, I don't know. I was drunk too. Between the two of us, Maria Pangolita, they would have marshals coming after us to fill out the forms correctly. And I just don't want that for either of us. But anyway, so what... And the other part of this is and this is the ego, and this is the part where we go along with somebody like Tucker Carlson. I think Tucker Carlson is better for the Republic in his current capacity as the man on X. That's what I think. I think he's better for the Republic. I think I do better for the people of Guam here where I can call the balls and strikes, Republicans or Democrats, it doesn't make any difference. I think this is where I belong, and I think that's where Tucker Carlson belongs. But thankfully, I appreciate having the opportunity to help out your organization and get some puppy pee-pee pads into the hands of a new poor Jerry Roberts.
He's saving the world.
He's going to walk in. Wait. So Jerry Roberts is in the studio.
What's the conversation today?
We were talking
First
about.
words I hear?
No, it's Biden now. Did you hear where Biden is now challenging the elites in the Democratic Party who are after him to step down? He
Absolutely.
says, "You want my job? Run against me."
Absolutely.
And I thought that was terrific. And then we'll I think that make it that much more exciting when Donald Trump finally gets around and announces who his running mate is going to be for the vice presidential position.
Who's it going to be, Ray?
Josh Tenorio. Josh Tenorio. But Real Joe was talking about maybe Tucker Carlson, but I think Tucker's he's effective where he is. I think he's better for the establishment.
First of all, why would you take a $40 million pay cut?
oh, there's that. Oh, yeah. For the country. For the Republic Jerry Roberts.
Okay.
So here, more to where we were yesterday. Axios. And they're of two minds. They balance things out by bashing Trump in one edition, but loving him up in another one. But this is from the Bash Trump edition. Trump's dream regime. Republicans have long fantasized about a very different government, one run by a strong president, indifferent to media pressure, empowered by a Republican Congress, and backed by a conservative Supreme Court and lower court system, and free of administrative state handcuffs and hostile federal employees. This dream, a true decades-long unfolding nightmare for Democrats, is closer to reality than at any point in our lifetimes. If you're a Republican, you probably love this. If you're a Democrat, you probably loathe it. Either way, readers should be clear-eyed about the totality of sweeping change in governing power. Okay, this is the almost hair on fire. I've got the match to my head.
Close.
But yeah, that is the hair on fire thing that we were talking about. We're not arguing former President Trump will win or that Republicans will hold control of the House or flip the state, but all are plausible. If he wins and congressional Republicans run the table, the other components for the most powerful White House in history are set firmly in place and increasingly in law. We will have a strong president indifferent to pressure. That's Trump. He doesn't care. And he knows that the media is out to get him anyway, so what difference does it make what they write about, what they talk about in the shows? A compliant Republican-controlled Congress. It's a coin toss who will win the House and Senate, much like it's been throughout the era of a 50-50 America. Senate looks promising for the GOP, thanks to a favorable map that Democrats playing defense in deep red West Virginia, Montana, and Ohio, plus 5 swing states. There's a conservative Supreme Court. 6-3 majority is significant. A weakened administrative state with the reversal of the Chevron decision, which means we might be able to untangle decades of red tape that was put together by bureaucratic, hostile bureaucrats, and then purge
Are there any other kind?
federal employees. Right now, a lot of the nitty-gritty of governing is handled by full-time civil servants who aren't political appointees and often operate outside the full control of the president. But Trump has threatened to fire tens of thousands of these civil servants and replace them with pre-vetted loyalists. And I'm reading this, as I told you yesterday, in my father's voice in my head going, I don't have a problem with any of this. I don't have a problem with that.
There's one thing that nobody seems to think about here, and that is that the compliant Congress and a compliant Supreme Court. There's only one problem with that. You see, in 4 years, Trump is gone. Okay,
correct.
They are still there. So if you think they're going to lay down and do everything that Trump says, assuming that Trump would do any of these things that the Heritage Foundation talks about, 4 years from now, imagine the amount of anger there would be around, and then all these other people are running for office again.
Yep.
I mean, and you could flip it again and turn around and it can all go blue. So, I mean, you have to have some restraint. Congress is not going to cede complete power of America to the executive branch.
There's still too many rhinos there.
It doesn't matter if there's rhinos there. I mean, you think about it, that's not their role. Their role is to be an equal branch of government.
Right.
And the
Loyal opposition.
And the judiciary is the same. They're not going to turn around and say, okay, whatever you want, Mr. President, and we'll just go for it. That doesn't work like that. So for all the people that have the hair on fire and say that it's going to go completely red and everybody's rights are going to be thrown away and all that, it's ridiculous.
Everybody just needs to calm down. But I'm loving the conversation.
I know you like it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, you know how I am.
It's fun.
I like it when I hit social media and it's already burning. You just sit there and just scroll and see who you love, you don't love. 7:26 in the morning. Jerry Roberts is in the studio. No point to going over any of the market stuff. There have not been any significant changes in any of the big currencies. I don't have any new numbers on Tapas. Oil is trading in a very narrow range and has for a while. Japan and the Philippine currencies are still very weak against the dollar, and not seeing a whole lot happening with the South Korean won. So there's not much else to talk about except the deep dives that Bitcoin has been taking. Real Joe's got one job here.
56,475 today.
Yeah. So as usual, I don't know where to go with that number.
Sell the house, buy Bitcoin.
Sell the house, buy Bitcoin, now that it's under $60,000 per coin. 7:27, here he is, Jerry Roberts, the Extra Point, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry?
Thank you, Ray. If you've got smart people working on your team, that opens up options for you, which you might not have considered. Today, we'll toss out some thoughts on how to get more mileage out of the brighter folks on your roster, and that's coming next on the Extra Point.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Do you have smart people working with you? I hope you think so. Well, now let's look at how we can help our smart people to help us even more. Number one, smarter employees learn faster. Given that, they're usually out front on new technology and systems and can help other people who aren't so quick to pick things up. This lightens the load on the manager who might have always been the one to do most of the teaching and coaching in the past. Something to consider here is that just because an individual is bright and is quick to learn, it doesn't always follow that they can teach other people. A little instruction from you on how to deliver information would be helpful. One other point on this, when you are asked to help a teammate learn and grow, and you can do that effectively, it can be a huge boost to the new teacher. This is the kind of thing that bonds one to the teammate, to the manager, and to the organization. It also adds value to one's self-esteem. While we may not see it as a big deal when we offer the task, it may be a whole much more impactful than we think. Okay, we can leverage this person's smarts if we add some teaching skills, and they can mentor other workers. It's a good start. Before I get any more involved in this, I'd probably get with my HR manager and find out as much as I could about this employee's work history and their overall experience. This may give me some clues to other skills the individual may have. Number two, involve them in strategy and decision-making. If you are involved in that at your unit's level, it doesn't always work out as you may hope, but it's worth the effort to see how a person thinks and how they process information. Number three, I wouldn't hesitate to get their input on whatever systems your team uses to deliver the work assigned. Are there gaps? Are there barriers? Are there things in the way of optimum productivity? Number four, empower them to lead projects. Give this smart worker opportunities to flash a little bit of leadership ability. Can they take an initiative from start to finish? You can start with something small and see how well they do and how others react to their leading the team. If successful, add an extra degree of difficulty the next time. What's really happening here is that aside from the actual work involved, you're adding to this talented employee's skill set and helping them to see themselves in a different light. If they like what they see, maybe you can whisper in the ear of the HR manager that you have an option when it comes time to fill the next available supervisory position. Then you go off and you find your next smart worker and you start over. If you like growing talent and building people up, maybe after a while, your leadership will come to the conclusion that you're pretty smart too. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Do I still need to build in some supervisory time in there after we're doing these little experiments and seeing who might be ready to pick up the flag and run with it, pick up the ball and run with it? I still got to keep an eye on them, right?
I think so.
Oh.
Because you like to grow talent, Ray Gibson.
Yes, I know. Okay. Back to the air check machine. It's 7:32 in the morning. There's Jerry Roberts and this morning's Extra Point, again brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. And Jerry, a couple of things before I want to do anything else. I was going to take a look at the traffic map, but I realized I got traffic coming up here in just a second. Shelley had sent me a pretty interesting picture. You don't often see something like this on the roadway. If you are headed up the hill from Harmon and you're making your way up towards the Department of Revenue and Taxation, we've got some entertainment for you. I'm not sure how, but it looks like maybe the top of a hydrant came off or something like that.
God, I want to jump in
We've
there.
got waterworks now.
Yeah.
We've got waterworks in the area. Maybe it's hot. Maybe the workers needed to cool off or something like that, and so they popped the deal. Anyway, details on that maybe other than the picture. We'll give you a full look at what's happening in traffic, including the fact that the FD is in my head because the police are taking pictures at FD. FD, short for Father Duenas, not fire department. Sorry, it's 7:33. News and headlines now being brought to you by the guys over at Burger King all the way through the month of July in honor of the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Guam. We've got I Love Whopper Wednesday, so don't make plans for tomorrow. You need to be in the drive-thru for all of that. It's also being brought to you by Pika's Best Realty for 2023. They want to be Pika's Best Realty in 2024 as well. So nominate Holiday Realty with Joe D. and Libby and Saran and Anthony Lowley and their entire team of professionals. You need to know the correct spelling of Holiday Realty. Call them up at 588-4232, and they'll be happy to tell you. Now with the news, here's Norman. Good morning, Norm. What's going on?
Today and good morning, Guam. I'm Norman Analista with a look at headlines on The Point. Undersecretary of the Navy Eric Raven, the Department of Defense's lead senior defense official for Guam, is stepping down as Undersecretary in August. Secretary of the Navy Carlos Del Toro says in a statement. Raven is the Navy's #2 civilian. He visited Guam in January, and it was only in February that the Joint Region Marianas announced that Raven will serve as the DoD senior representative when meeting with key leaders on Guam to provide senior leader oversight, advocacy, and to support the commander of JRM in the execution of its installation management. There is no word yet who will replace Raven. Meanwhile, when police wanted to question John William Gogui about a criminal mischief complaint, he asked them if he could bring along a bag that was attached to his bicycle. Gogui is awaiting trial on another felony criminal mischief complaint from 2023. He allowed officers to check the bag. They found a glass pipe with suspected methamphetamine residue, as stated in a magistrate's complaint filed in Superior Court. Yesterday, Gogui was charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance and criminal mischief, both as third-degree felonies. And finally, 2 more Guam Department of Education schools have received full accreditation from the Accrediting Commission for Schools, Western Association of Schools and Colleges. Dubbed a significant achievement by education officials, Ukuru High School's and BP Carbolito Elementary School's accreditation status is good for 6 years each. GDOE previously announced that Finnegodson Elementary School and George Washington High School also achieved accreditation. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Back to Ray.
All right, 7:35, and one of the stories that you had in the top of the last hour, this hour, Naval Base Guam is going to be participating in exercise Citadel Pacific that is going to be going on. Major exercise. It sounds like they're going to be testing all of their systems, and this begins July 15th.
That's right, 15th through the 19th.
July 15th through the 19th. Okay, keep that in your head. If you've got any shopping that you've got to do on base, my suggestion is that you get as much of that done as you possibly. I mean, that big TV, you should get that before the 15th. I don't know. It just seems to me that there's probably going to be a whole lot of other activity going on, maybe a couple extra checkpoints that you're going to have to get through because it's, Citadel Pacific and all of that. So dog food, big TVs, all of that, make sure that you buy that between now and the 15th. Now, if you missed the shot, just FYI, it's Amazon Prime Days that are going to be coming up. I don't know to what degree you get involved in all of that. For me, it's a little bit frustrating because usually by the time they come up with Amazon Prime, I've already blown all of my disposable income. So it's just all of these. And in fact, I got one of my orders in today, and it is an early Christmas present for the cat. It's one of these. It's a stainless steel cat bowl. And it's got a filter on the inside of it, and there's a little USB motor on the inside of it, and it makes the water that you put in there circulate all the time, so the cat is not drinking still water. And they say that might actually make the cat a little bit healthier. You're looking at me. I mean, both of you are looking at me the same look that my father gave me.
Your cat's got one eye.
So I remember I told my dad I bought a dog. He said, "Pop, I got a dog." He said, "What kind is it?" I said, "Cocker Spaniel." He said, "You didn't spend any money on that." I said, $500. He said, "You idiot. Just go outside and leave some bacon or old steak or something like that outside."
There's a dog right
there's
there.
100 dogs that will come by that you can pick up for absolutely free. 7:37. Oh, I'm telling you my Amazon secrets anymore. More like this on the way. Don't move.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Hey, what happened? 7:38 in the morning. It's going to get hot later on today. The record-breaking heat. I'm going to say record-breaking heat here on Guam. Do we have a heat dome, a heat shield over the island that's keeping all that hot air rolling around? No, we don't actually have that. That's made up weather from the States. But it does get hot here on Guam, and the folks at Wendy's realize that, and they want to cool you off with the newest sweet summer treat. It's the Triple Berry Frosty, freshest fruit flavors of strawberry, blackberries, and raspberries. Transport your senses to a cool summer vacation memory with a smooth and creamy treat. You got to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's in the Triple Berry Frosty. Is it the traffic? I was looking at some of the comments on the YouTube side to see if there was anything interesting that folks were getting. Oh, see, okay. I'm not the only one. Charlie Laron from GRMC.
Morning, Charlie.
My healthcare partner.
Hey, Charlie.
I got that cat bowl too, she says. It's got a filter in it, so it takes out the gunk the GWA puts in. Or leaves in, whichever way you want to put it. It totally bougie cat. Lynn Vince Bora Polino online. Rico B says, Pika needs to add best radio producer category. Real Joe Cruz all day. Nice, buddy. Let me see. Sarita says, nice extra point. Duplicating yourself is an advantage. No need to worry when you go on vacation. No, that's half the fun of going on vacation is worrying and just not being able to sleep in a panic over what's happening at work. Army Lynn's online. Oh, we got both of the balloon smugglers here. I got a note from the other balloon smuggler who said, "How come you never talk about my balloons when we're talking balloon smugglers?" And I had to admit to her, said, I like your husband. He's a nice guy, but he hasn't reached over and put his arm around me and said, "Hey, Gib, I really like what you do on the radio in the morning. And go ahead and refer to my wife as a balloon smuggler." That hasn't happened yet.
He has to sign the waiver.
And I've even bought him drinks. Oh, wait. No, what? He bought me drinks. Anyway, Rico Blankenflor, how bad is TDS in some ding-dongs? TDS, again, is Trump derangement syndrome. I've seen social media posts saying, "I'd vote for Cadaver Joe over Orange Man." What? Really? Okay, you'd vote for a cadaver over a living, breathing person who's actually demonstrated over 4 years that he knows how to take care of the office. Anyway, you got comments. Go ahead and put them on the Facebook side, YouTube side as well, where guys are commenting on stuff. Cousin Tedo wants me to ask around and find out who owns the 50-acre private land in Manila that the governor wants to use that new hospital on. Sounds like a job for Kim and Ron over security title. Boston Times says, morning from Philadelphia. Anna Hahn is checking in from stateside. There's Lonnie Salas and Kitsutu in Konis. Walmart chick. Gosh, I miss Japan. Oh, have you gone shopping at the? Have you met the Walmartians in the state? Okay, I'm sure it's not like that at Kina's place. Melvin R. Santos and morning to all. Sungi Mariana Guam says buenas todo. Obama will decide Biden's future for the Democrat Party.
That's daddy.
Is it nothing? Has nothing changed?
Daddy Barack.
Since he was able to get into office? Anyway, 741.
Big Mike's running the country.
I feel bad. You started the traffic music, but I got lost on my asides. So, southbound Marine Corps Drive out of Jigo into Dededo, looking pretty good. Not a lot of traffic over at Ipao right now. Tiny bit of traffic over at the intersection with Waiseng Song and Leche Machache. Otherwise, it's just intersection traffic all the way to 1 and 3. Oddly, things look really, really smooth over at the Micronesia Mall intersection. You will run into slower traffic over by the Department of Revenue Tax. Not only are we trying to funnel 4 lanes into 2, we've also got now the added side attraction of a GWA hydrant that is spewing. It's spewing, SPEW, spewing water into the sky high, as we used to say. Southbound from there, you should be okay until you get to 810 and 16. Now, Happy March side is good. Wendy's side is good. It's everything happening for traffic trying to get past the intersection, the one good intersection that takes you into Teedson. Now, there used to be a way that you had, if you had like 4-wheel drive or big truck tires or whatever, that you would be able to get over to the Teedson side, over on by where they keep the heavy equipment across from Happy Mart. But it looks like they've sealed that off pretty good, so I don't know if anybody's ever able to use that. If you're southbound Marine Corps Drive from up at Micronesia Mall all the way through Upper Tumon to morning, traffic is looking pretty good. Don't see anything major slowing you down. And also looking for a little bit of traffic over in Ta'i. There was police activity taking place there. Now, not sure if there is or if they've just handed out tickets to everybody and went back to the shop. Again, yeah, all the way down through Nigua and PD and Adelup and all of those places.
Everywhere.
Have you noticed? Can I?
They're going to pull you over, man.
So when I was watching the accident, I was stuck in traffic long enough to observe a little bit of the accident recovery on Marine Corps Drive yesterday on 1 and 8. Now, I saw this the other day when the cops came to talk to that girl that was having a freak out in front of my house. Anyway, so the thing that I noticed is the aircon in those cars must be really good. Because there was one guy at the intersection yesterday, and both of the guys that came to my house that were wearing like long sleeve, like it was States in the winter armor. Clothes. Yeah. You know, real utility kind of outfits. Like what do you want from over at Bargain Tactical? I want one of each of the 511s. Even the long shirt? Yeah, even the long shirt. Man, I want every single one of those, color blue and someplace where I can put my patch. And I'm going, isn't it hot? I'm wearing shorts and a tank top. And I'm going, oh my God, it's hot here. And I can't imagine being outside where these guys, they're all dressed up right up to the neck, like Korean tourists. Very little skin showing now in the out. Now, there was another guy, and I'd put him pretty close to like your age group. wear short sleeves. He had the short. If he could have worn the police officer shorts, he probably would have been in cop shorts.
Ooh,
Didn't they have that? Wasn't that a uniform for a while?
Yeah,
there was
program.
The what?
Crimes Against Tumon Tourists.
And so they were allowed
a task force
to roll out there
down in Tumon.
And wear
it's like
short
a Baywatch
shorts.
thing.
Nice.
Super short shorts.
We're going to have to bring that back. You know what I mean? Where are we? 7:45 on the Ray Gibson Show. Well, just a couple more words here. Edgar Tumamic is saying, good morning, Guam. Nick Nichols, likewise, wishing good morning wishes. Manny and Ning Ray just watching from Yorktown in Virginia. Good morning, Guam. You want to see I think, isn't that where Kitsutsu and Japan ended up?
I think so.
Link up with him on, I know
That's
he's on
where they
Facebook.
got the big Coke.
The what?
The big Coke can.
Oh, different
No, not
Coke.
that one. Yeah, the drink.
The
It's
big
for
Coke
lovers.
In Virginia.
It's like extra large.
Should be in Atlanta. That's the headquarters for Coca-Cola. My mind's all turned around now. We'll screw it on right here on the other side of these messages.
You know, life shouldn't be this hard for those who live here. I have a vision for lower prices on airfare, more affordable housing, better health care, and moving veteran services from Hawaii to Guam. I will get Guam a role in the economic expansion in the Asian Pacific with more federal support for infrastructure, a 100% screen to stop illegal drugs, and new high-paying jobs. We can turn Guam's unique position into lasting prosperity. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I humbly ask for your vote.
Celebrating Guam's 80th Liberation Day, Whopper Wednesday is back. Every Wednesday in July, visit any Burger King restaurant, say, I love the Whopper, and get a free flame-grilled Whopper sandwich with the purchase of any large-size Whopper combo meal. Top off your meal with the new mozzarella fries and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Tell your family and friends and enjoy your Whopper Wednesday only in July. Available at BK Tumon Bay, Agutya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you, Guam, for 35 years from your friends at Burger King. You rule. Hey, Alpha Rulers, Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by Beyond the Box. They have got a whole bunch of new stuff that comes in. And we always talk about all the technology that you need for your digital life. I need you to go first floor of the Micronesia Mall, go into Beyond the Box. If you've got an iPad or an Apple phone, or if you've got, what else do they play around with there? Samsungs, whatever. These guys have got virtually every great new kind of assistive technology, new digital technology. Go and I'm looking for it now, but it'll be faster if you just do me a favor and go to their page on Instagram and see some of the things that they've got for you. Just Beyond the Box Guam, and take a look and see. I can't remember the brand name of it, but it all looked really, really cool, and it all looks super affordable as well. 7:47. Be right back.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
There it is. Atom Elements is the name of it. Stay effortlessly connected. They've got a Mac 360 aluminum foldable stand. Because I don't know about you, I've got a Mac computer, and it needs to be the exact distance from my face. Otherwise, I can't make out anything in the screen. And sometimes I'd like it to be on a stand at my desk. Well, for about $89, you can get one of these aircraft aluminum grade folding stand for yours. And if you take a lot of selfies, like I know Crystal Paco does, they have a selfie light, magnetic LED light. And it's I show you a picture of it on the screen. But it's something you got to try out in real life. It's actually got one of those white lights on the back of it, and I think it gets all of its power from the little mag system on your iPhone. Really, really cool technology. Try it out today. Test drive it at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. 7:48. Crystal Paco San Augustine is on the line. Buenos neighbor, how you doing?
Buenas and half a day, Ray and Joe, and to all your listeners.
Let's go nominate Mayor Rudy Paco for Pica's Best Mayor.
I second that motion.
You know, I'd like to be. Wouldn't you like to be in the voting place? The voting area at the PDN when they see the numbers come in? Because I guarantee it's got to be a tight race between your old man and Jess Alley.
Yes, Mayor Alec, who is my other favorite mayor.
Right? Right. Anyway,
At least
good.
my favorite laugh. He has the best laugh. It's very contagious.
I'm not satisfied unless I've made him have that contagious and just almost magical laugh on the radio when I've got him on the line. Well, it's always good to get you on the line as well. Some interesting news stories I might get to before we knock out the important stuff. And the important stuff is the parade is coming up, and between Angel Sablon and Warren and the guys over at the Department of Parks and Rec, they've got the dates and times laid out so that people can start lining up and getting their reservations for their spots on the parade route.
Absolutely, Ray. And as you know, it's the 80th liberation, Guam's 80th liberation, Toro y Tempo y Paz Parejita, which means peace for us always. So you can tell liberation is well underway. That now that we've crowned our Liberation Day Queen, that's Queen Layla from Manila, and together these ladies raised over $173,000. And so we know that Liberation has started. She'll be an ambassador for our island and the Liberation event, as well as her royal court. And then also on Sunday, this past Sunday, we did our Menenke Memorial, and that's really that's the highlight one. And it was almost 4 hours and almost a 4-hour event. And of course, the march in and to remember really what happened there and the atrocities that happened there. So we know liberation is well underway. This week, though, there are some big dates for our residents to be aware of, especially if you want to be a parade goer and you want to save that space along the parade route.
Yeah.
The parade, of course, taking place along Marine Corps Drive, where I want to shout out to DPW and DPR and all the guys working tirelessly to trim down the trees so that we can have a safe viewing of the parade. So for those who want to attend the parade along the parade route, you have to reserve the spot. So DPR has issued and has announced that they will be opening up the parade route reservations on Friday. That's this Friday, July 12th. And they'll be starting that at 7:21 a.m. at the Paseo Stadium building. And this is the side of the main entrance, so the side closest to Jamaican Grill. And so, again, this is a first-come, first-served basis.
So people going to camp out.
Yes. Things to know: you have to bring the fee of $50 for a 20 by 20 space, and you have to be at least 18 or older with a valid license, a valid ID. So you can't send somebody to line up for you, or one person to line up for like 3 different people in the family. So it's one per person.
Dude, you should do Guam time with this. Well, like guamtime.net and just QR codes. like they did with Mauli. Did you go?
I did not, but I heard great things about it, and I saw the photos and people even along the roadside enjoying the music while they didn't buy tickets.
Yes, I know plenty of people that did that too. I know lots of people that did that too. So the other question is, and then I'm looking for an answer on this, is how many floats are in so far? I mean, we're just literally within a couple of weeks from the actual event itself. Do we have a whole lot for people to look at when they're on the parade route?
That's a great question. So the parade committee does meet every Monday, and the update is that we have about 70 people who requested for parade packets to participate in the parade, and about 50 who've submitted. But we wanted to extend that invitation. We wanted to make sure that more people had the opportunity to participate. So the parade participant, if you want to register to be a parade participant, it's been extended to Thursday, July 11th. So Thursday, July 11th, if you want to participate in the parade. July 12th, if you want to be a parade goer and make that canopy along the parade route. And so if interested organizations can send an email to register.liberation.parade@gmail.com, and you'll receive a full packet. So, Ray, you have this on your chat. You can do some shout-outs.
I've done them already, but it's always nice to hear a little bit more from somebody over at the governor's office.
Absolutely.
But I got to give you something to do for those 6 figures that you're earning.
Oh, very funny. I don't make that much money. But parade packet, we want more people to participate. Say you have an organization, a dance group, a dance tribe. You want to raise awareness for your nonprofit organization. Please participate. This is a banner year for Guam's liberation, 80 years. And so it's going to be a very exciting event. About 50 registered so far. With the extension, we're expecting more people to register. And if you don't want to watch in person, I also encourage you to watch on PBS. PBS will be streaming the entirety of the parade.
Awesome.
On PBS YouTube channel.
Are you going to host
and
for a
also
little
on
bit?
PBS Channel 12. Possibly. I haven't been asked yet, but we'll be very busy that day. A few changes to the Liberation Parade. We're starting at 8 a.m. So that's a little earlier than usual. So 8 a.m. and we hope to have all the programs starting well by 9 a.m. because it takes the marchers about an hour to get down the parade route, and so we can begin the program.
No, that's a game changer. I mean, I'm trying to remember why they put it at 10 o'clock in the morning, but if we start at 8 and if we got anywhere between 50 and 70, I can almost feel the timing that we're talking about as the floats make their way down the route and in front of the reviewing stand. So it might be a while. So everybody has to wake up early because if we're starting at 8, that means the last good parking space in Agana is probably going to get filled up about 6, believe it or not. And there's all kinds of everybody knows where all the good peekaboo spots are, but it depends on how far you want to walk to get to the actual parade. If we're going to be starting at 8, and a couple of other interesting things, interesting to at least me, for the first time ever, the Guam Running Club is going to be helping to host a 5K on Liberation Morning. So runners will tow up to the start at 6 o'clock in the morning, run the 5K, and if you still got some, if you didn't leave it all on the course in the 5K, come back at 7:21 for the Liberation Mile. That's been going on since there's been a Guam Running Club. There's a perfect mile from the starting spot over to the reviewing stand, and men and women and kids and strollers all up and down that road. So an opportunity to do a brick if you want to for Liberation. And 7:21 is when the Liberation Mile starts, and the faster guys will be done for sure by 7:30, and that ought to pave the way for the shotgun start for the actual Liberation Parade.
Absolutely. And right after the Liberation Parade, I do want to shout out to GVB. Again, this event is in partnership with the Office of the Governor. That's Governor Liu and Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, the Mayor's Council of Guam, and the Guam Visitors Bureau, who are really putting on a big party, the Liberation Block Party, which is on July 20 and July 21, and that's from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. So right after the parade, you can head over to the Chamorro Village Huts in Paseo and enjoy all the food, the vendors, and the entertainment that'll be going on until the fireworks show that evening.
Mm-hmm.
What makes this Liberation really unique?
Fireworks at 7:21, right, Crystal? 7:21?
Yeah, 7:21. That is the magic number, of course, representing the July 21st date. So fireworks will be shot off at 3 locations throughout Hagåtña. It'll be a 15-minute show. So you want to stay in Hagåtña all day on Sunday, July 21st to thoroughly enjoy the parade. Again, 7:21 is when your Liberation Mile starts. Yeah. 8 o'clock is when the parade starts. We expect to have more than 50 parade floats and parade participants going down that parade route. And then you can funnel right into Chamorro Village for the Liberation Block Party. And, of course, the food, the vendors, the entertainment, and then the Liberation fireworks at 7:21.
And gambling. There's games of chance. Come on. We'll pay red, pay red, pay red, pay yellow, pay yellow, pay yellow. The lucky number, the lucky color is blue.
And I can send you that memo as well, so you can.
No, I'd love to. Well, I want to help you get more vendors. I mean, because otherwise it just feels like any other food truck thing. Rico Blancaflor online wondering, will it rain as usual on Liberation Day Parade?
Rico, I don't know a Liberation Parade without a rain. It's a blessing here on Guam. Here on Guam, we call it a blessing. But also, I want to defer to Guam's warning coordination meteorologist Landon Idlet and the boys of the National Weather Service to give us a proper forecast.
We'll talk to him before it gets to be Liberation. We'll get a long range forecast and then obviously leading up to it. Hopefully by then, and this is something the governor's office maybe can help him with is we don't have a functioning civilian weather radar around here. At least we didn't the last time I checked. They said there's some battery issues and they're looking at somebody at the Air Force to take care of it. But it's been a while. It'd be nice to have that back, that utility, that feature back. So, if you're curious about what the weather's going to be like in Tamuning or in Agana and you're up in Jigo, you can look at your phone at the Weather Service radar up so you can see what's going on. I'll leave that to you. Speaking of governor, who's running the government of Guam right now? Because I know Lou's been doing a lot of traveling lately.
Governor Lulian Guerrero is in charge right now. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio is actually en route to D.C. this morning to participate in the Liberation Wreath ceremony hosted by our delegate in the Guam Society of America. That's an annual event, of course, the wreath laying in D.C.
So the actual operationally, it's the Governor Lulian Guerrero, and now the Speaker of the Legislature assumes the position of Lieutenant Governor. Yeah.
Yes, the order of succession. That is correct.
Yeah. Are they going to get together and talk about? There's a couple of nominations that are held up. Maybe a luncheon between the two of them in the governor's office might go a long ways to help smooth that over and get a couple of people in the right places.
Not a bad idea. But back to Liberation, Ray. There's a lot of other events happening in addition to, of course, the parade, the block party, and the fireworks. There's the Liberation Mass and the Unified Memorial. So if you're in Hagutnia and you're maybe at the post office lining up for your mail, you might see some action going on in the Skinner Plaza area.
We were talking about that, and Ricky Cruz was listening and got a picture of a bunch of guys putting all that together. I don't have time right now. I got Fox News in like 10 seconds, so we'll reserve that for just before, okay?
Got it.
All right. Big Sister Shelley says you sound great, Crystal. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Mom. Bye, Ray.
Amigos, it's time for 8 o'clock news here with Fox.
Denials from the White House. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden is not being treated for Parkinson's or any other neurological condition, the White House says.
In an often contentious exchange with reporters, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre would not explain why a Parkinson's expert visited the White House several times over the past year.
There are thousands of military personnel that come to the White House, and they are under the care of the medical unit.
Jean-Pierre says the president has been examined by neurologists 3 times since taking office, each as part of his annual physical.
Has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No.
Jean-Pierre also says President Biden's doctors have concluded a cognitive test is not necessary.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. A source tells Fox News the president is set to meet virtually with members of the Congressional Black Caucus this evening. The caucus chair issued a statement earlier today backing the president in his re-election bid. Tropical Storm Beryl toppling trees, flooding highways, and knocking out power in the Houston area.
There are 2.2 million people without power in the Centerpoint service area in the region. Around 1.6 million in Harris County without power.
Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo. The heavy rains prompting numerous high water rescues. The White House says President Biden is getting regular updates on the storm, with the Coast Guard and FEMA readying search and rescue teams. The storm, which was a Category 5 hurricane at its peak, tore a deadly path of destruction through parts of the Caribbean and Mexico over the weekend. This is record high temperatures in Oregon are suspected as the cause of 4 deaths reported in the Portland area. On Wall Street, the major indexes ended the day mixed. The Dow lost 31 points, the Nasdaq plus 50, the S&P up 5 points. America is listening to Fox News.
Circle K and Ambrose are turning up the heat with our 80th Liberation Day giveaway. Win big with a fully catered reserved spot at the Liberation Day Parade, plus $2,500 worth of additional prizes, which includes a canopy, chairs, a cooler, and more. Simply purchase select items and enter your My Rewards ID at any Circle K and you're automatically entered to win. Promo ends July 3rd, so hurry. Don't miss out on this epic celebration. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more info. Must be 21 years or older to win. Enjoy responsibly.
Braces for a little while for a lifetime of confident smiles. Let Dr. Kaneshiro DDS MS kindly walk you through the process of orthodontics, straightening those crooked teeth and fixing that bite. You'll be even more confident to flash those pearly whites. Make your appointment with Dr. Kaneshiro today at 646-9890. Having a marvelous set of teeth is a confidence booster, so getting braces, always a great idea. Visit Dr. Kaneshiro today across St. John's and Upper Tumon, serving our island with his professional expertise in orthodontics for over 29 years.
Defense attorneys for a Massachusetts woman accused of killing her boyfriend claim the jury in her mistrial last week actually found the defendant not guilty.
The defense, in a new filing, says jurors who were in the room tell them there was a unanimous agreement to acquit Karen Reed on 2 charges, second-degree murder and leaving the scene of a deadly crash. The jury said, however, that all of the members could not agree, leading to the mistrial. The Norfolk County DA's office said it plans to retry Reed for killing Boston cop John O'Keefe. But based on the juror statements, the defense says that would violate the double jeopardy clause under the Constitution's Fifth Amendment that forbids being tried for the same crime twice. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
YouTube's making it a bit easier for creators to keep copyrighted songs out of their videos, preventing the video from being disqualified.
It is a bane of YouTube users when after posting a video they hope could be popular, they find it removed from the system because of a copyright infringement. It usually has to do with recorded and copyrighted music being heard within the audio tracks of the video. Now YouTube updates its eraser tool to allow creators to remove the copyrighted sounds from the video while keeping other sound, like a speaker's words or a sound effect, completely intact. The tool uses AI to carefully but quickly edit the audio tracks, but YouTube warns it may not work fully, in which case users will be given chances to manually edit. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Most medical students at Johns Hopkins University will no longer pay tuition thanks to a $1 billion gift from Bloomberg Philanthropies. The gift will cover full tuition for medical students from families earning less than $300,000 a year. Living expenses and fees will be covered for students from families who earn about $175,000 a year. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Cool off with Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty, the newest sweet summer treat. Balancing tart and sweet notes, taste the freshest fruit flavors of strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries. Transport your senses to a cool summer vacay with this smooth, creamy, and vibrant treat. Don't miss out and get it while you can. Head on over to Frosty Time and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty.
Hey there, party people. It's me, Ray Gibson. Get ready to rewind the clock and groove to the beat to yesteryear. The Throwback Part 2 is back and better than ever, bringing you all the hits that make you feel young again. Join us Saturday, July 13th at Club Zone Nightclub in Tumon as DJ Daryl Izama spins the ultimate throwback playlist. The 70s, 90s keep you on the dance floor all night long. Plus, we're doing another incredible cash drop. Super cash drop, $2,500. And some great throwback t-shirts. Don't miss out on the nostalgia trip of the year. Grab your friend, dress to impress in your retro best, and dance the night away at Throwback Part 2. Doors open at 8:30. See you on the dance floor. Get your tickets now online at guamtime.net. They're $20 plus taxes and fee, but it'll be more at the door, so get it online now. Throwback Part 2, brought to you by the local grindhouse in Barragata.
Lolita Cammett of Half a Day Realty.
76 Circle K.
Island Clothing.
Sabrina for Senator.
Bud Light.
BBG Automotive and the stations of choice broadcasting. Throwback Part 2. Relive the memories on Saturday, July 13th, 8:30 at Club Zone Tumon. Be there or be square.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
8:06 Tuesday morning. I'm Ray Gibson with a look at the local news here on The Point. Attorney General Douglas Moylan has confirmed that his office has been investigating what the Public Auditor's Office earlier found to be improper laptop purchases by the Guam Department of Education, mostly without having a contract with a sole vendor and without working with the AG's offices for purchases over $500,000. That's required by law. The Office of Public Accountability initially reported the improper purchases in March, but was only last week that the OPA released the names of vendors that GDOE paid the most to supply laptops and other pandemic-era supplies and services. GDOE paid Pacific Data Systems $18.6 million, mostly for laptops that students were supposed to use during the pandemic. In other news, senators engaged some heated debate over how much land is planned to be used to build a shrine honoring Chamorro ancestors at Ipao Point in Tamuning, because local law allows up to 5 acres, but now officials are eyeing a total of 14 acres. Some senators say the questionable added acreage could only take away from a proposed site of a new Guam Memorial Hospital. Vice Speaker Tina Munya Barnes' Bill 264-37 seeks to appropriate $5 million from excess FY 2024 general fund revenues to the Department of Parks and Rec to build the Neften Manyaynata Shrine. With less than a week to go, yeah, I butchered that. My ancestors are unhappy. With less than a week to go before early voting begins at the Westin Resort in Tumon, July 15th, senators are still discussing a proposed $415,000 funding for the Guam Election Commission to conduct the primary election. Senators during legislative session yesterday discussed Senator Joe San Augustine's Bill 280-37, which would appropriate $415,000 from excess general revenues for the primaries. San Augustine says while the legislature has authorized $400,000 to GEC to fund the primary election in the budget bill, the Bureau of Budget and Management Research sent an April 15th letter expressing concerns that no funding source was identified in that budget. So they've got to take another look at it. And we'll take another look at news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545 or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
In other news, an official with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs has reiterated that the VA covers and pays for the travel cost of veterans living on Guam who's referred to the nearest facility on the mainland if the medical service needed is not available on Guam, the CNMI, or Hawaii. Patricia Roche, Assistant Secretary for Congressional and Legislative Affairs with the VA, gave the clarification in a July 3rd response letter to Delegate Jim Moylan, who's been seeking answers on VA's travel policy for vets living here. Ross says the VA is authorized to pay for travel to the nearest facility that would be qualified to provide the level of care that a veteran needs. If the veteran chooses to go to a facility that is outside of the determined nearest facility, the veteran himself or herself is responsible for arranging and paying for travel. And speaking of military activities, another major military exercise will be taking place. This time, the U.S. Naval Base Guam's annual Command Naval Installations Command Force Protection Exercise, Citadel Pacific 2024, will take place July 15th through the 19th. The annual force protection exercise designed to enhance the readiness and capability of Navy security forces to respond to internal or external threats on board installations. Naval Base Guam says in their press release, exercise CP-24 is not in response to any specific threat, but a regularly scheduled exercise. And that's the news. There's more, but we can cover the rest of it in parts of the program that I can embellish. 8:11 in the morning news. We can do some weather. You want to do some of that? All right, it's going to be hot today. That might be all you need to know. We've got 90-degree temps that are supposed to be rolling in through the day. I know I'm the guy on the radio in the morning that says 90, and later on this afternoon, you're going to be looking at a little thermometer in the dashboard on your car and said, that Ray Gibson's full of crap. It's 110. What's going on? I don't know, heat index or whatever. East winds 9 to 11 miles an hour, partly cloudy with lows around 78 degrees, and east winds 9 miles an hour this evening. Partly sunny tomorrow. Scattered showers and thunderstorms, they say, could be moving in to interrupt your adulting on Wednesday night. I got mostly cloudy Thursday, partly cloudy Thursday night. As I said, with a heat index now, it's going to feel like 96 degrees. There's a 40% chance of rain. There were some early morning showers a little bit earlier, and maybe that made some of the roads wet. Not sure what your conditions are right now. Please try to drive to them. 40% chance of rain, like I said, and sunset at 6:52 p.m. There it is. News and weather together right here at 93.3. This is The Point.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as as Aeon.
What happened is 8:13 Ray Gibson Show portion is brought to you by APL. It's American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And the guys over at Mount Carmel School, and they have just always, they've always been innovators. The first Catholic school now to become a charter school. And what else are they adding to the program? How about turning your kid into a master martial artist? Mount Carmel School is registering new students this week, and the big attraction now is an opportunity to learn from the hands and feet of MMA champ Brandon Vera. He and a couple of friends are joining the faculty with a new dojo. So register today, 565-5128.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
All right, 8:14. A couple of things that I wanted to kind of get through here this morning, and some of it is being asked about online. Colin Clark coming in saying, good morning, everybody, and then asking, what's the story with Ginger Cruz anyway? I'm like, well, that's an interesting question. And there have been some interesting accusations that have been laid. A couple of points. Number one, I hate bullies. And I'm just going to say that right now, and I think I've been pretty firm on that over the course of my broadcast career. If I see something that looks like bullying, political or otherwise, I'll call it out. And what I have seen floating around social media, it appears, feels like, smells like bullying, if you ask me. And an opportunity, taking advantage of an opportunity, and I'll get to this in a second, to slur. And so that's one of them. And the other one is, and I don't know how you feel about this, but the point I'll make is I believe that family should be off limits in virtually all cases that we're talking about. If I cast a vote in this upcoming congressional election, I'm not casting a vote for him. Maybe her, maybe Mike St. Nicholas, maybe Amanda. But he's not in the running, so I'm not sure why we are bringing him into all of this. So I'm just going to say this about that. I can read you bits and pieces of her response to it if you want to hear it. Basically, she says it's all lies. We can go over that a little bit later on. Studio time, 8:15, Ray Gibson Show. You can reach out to me at 888-8255, 888-TALK. Busy man. Right. Well, okay, I'll get to him in just a second. But this was the first name that popped into my head as we were talking about the debate that was taking place yesterday on this shrine that needs to get built. Everybody kind of gabbled themselves in, and you got Senator Joe S. and Augustine leading the charts here. And if there's something you need to see on the big screen, let me know. We'll get the guys in the media and all of that. And it was Senator Tello Taitugui that reached out first and actually had some time on the clock that was asking, I thought, what were the interesting questions, like, hey, which map are we supposed to use? Are we going to use the map that we used to determine what the size and shape and cost and everything were in the original legislation that created this shrine? Or are we using the new one that makes it look like the area where the shrine is going to be as maybe doubled, tripled in size? Buenas, Senator Tello Taitugui. How you doing?
Good morning, and good morning to your listeners, Ray, and of course, Joe. What's up, Joe? Okay, well, anyways, thank you for calling on this, because this is really such a contentious legislation. I mean, pegging our ancestors, against us.
It's totally astroturf. The concept is astroturfing, and they're gonna try to make it so that anybody that doesn't appreciate the idea of a shrine is all of a sudden anti-Chamorro, anti-culture, anti-history.
Exactly.
They already voted for the shrine. It's already there. It's not going away.
Right. It was a bill that was introduced in 2016, and it was a bill that clearly states that no more than 5 acres, no less than 2 acres, that shall be used, including, and it says including the buffer, including all the geological thermal areas. It's including it. So, he's turning it around. Joe Borja from Department of Land Management is turning around saying that, oh, well, we need this much for a buffer, and this is geological turf area, and it's like 14 acres total. No, Joe. And you're putting it smack in the middle. So when I brought up the first map that was given to us by Patrick Lujan and Mr. Wampat Borja that was there, then when Joe comes from Department of Land Management, comes in, he says, oh, no, this is not the map. It's not even signed. Then stop everything. Bring the doggone map then, the one that was signed. And it's the same exact map as Patrick brought in earlier. So we were looking at the same doggone map. But the map that I brought in was the map that he brought in 10/19/23. This was October last year when he did an oversight hearing with the legislature showing the area in which this shrine was intended for. At the same time, he had other information talking about the acreage size of Oka Point, and he says, oh, it's EPAL Point. I said, whatever. Matrix says it's Oka Point. It's the same thing, whatever. And I said, is it 35 acres? No, we don't believe it's 35 acres. We believe it's 55. So Joe from Department of Land Management, please, everybody, listen to the hearing and hear for yourself. I mean, you heard it, Ray. He kept jumping from one thing to another, never staying on the subject matter, trying to talk about affordable housing or how houses are built, with a zone on the side, a buffer zone.
But that's been the case with every public hearing on the hospital conversation, and every conversation about why you couldn't possibly put anything any bigger than 1 or 2 stories on the plot that used to house the hospital that you and I were born in back in the day. It's just impossible. Now we got fire ants in there, and we got subterranean caves, and it's an earthquake zone, and blah 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 blah. And they bring in the pseudo experts, and I think some of it. I agree with Chris Barnett on this. I'm not sure if you heard all of his Q&A with Joe. I just felt like the waters were easily muddied in this case. And I don't know whether they recognize whether or not the members of the legislature have or do not have any expertise in the management of property, being able to gauge the size of property, how to mathematically construct all of this. But there was a whole bunch of opportunities to just throw a whole bunch of numbers at the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah, and this is just a cloak and dagger to ensure that the hospital is not built there by building a shrine right smack in the middle, so it makes it almost impossible to build a hospital or take the acreage away from there and do this. So and I don't understand why this bill comes to us without any itemizing, what this $5 million is for. It's like they picked it out of a hat, a magician's hat, that here's $5 million, this is what we need. No, you don't have any itemization. You don't have any of the location. What exact map are you using? Now, I pulled up that October 19, 2023 map for Joe to show him. This is what you presented. You see where you have the Nathan Shrine, right smack where the old hospital is at. And yet you, on the right-hand side below, you have this huge amount of land space that's located there that has not even been used. You can move all that further down. Oh, no, that's where Andy wanted it. No, I don't think so. Andy wanted to be able to have a view. And there's areas there that have a view.
The whole place is a view.
A view, exactly. So it's very not only frustrating, but it's so disingenuous when the administration comes to us and tries to pull this cloak and dagger thing, think that we're dumb and don't understand what's going on. I know Speaker was so livid. I mean, she oversees land, right, as the committee chair. And she's just so appalled how Department of Chamorro Land, what is it?
Land Management?
CLTC.
Oh.
No, it's CLTC, Chamorro Land Trust, can go and sign on a map and just sign on it. And according to Joe, they gave us the land. They already signed on the map. So we didn't have a chance because we went into recess to talk with Joe to answer that question. But I did talk to Joe, acting director of CLTC, and said, what gives you the authority to sign on a map to approve this 14? He says, Senator, I'm going to get the Attorney General's opinion, but I sign on maps all the time. But that doesn't mean that you're giving it away, does it? He goes, that's not my understanding. And I said, oh, my gosh, Joe, you're acting. You should never put your Hancock on anything without, getting legal advice. We've been trying to clean up Chamorro Land Trust for this whole term. and fix everything that's been wronged and the shenanigans that's been going on, and you turn around and just sign on a map?
Well, I'm reminded now the Supreme Court just last week ended the Chevron deference, and I'm wondering to what degree that will have an impact because it needs to be read and seen here. You know, to what degree legislators will be able to say, all right, this is what the legislature had wanted. These were the advice and consent of the legislature. This is what we wanted in the legislation, and then things get handed off to departments and agencies where, quote, the experts and the bureaucrats then take it a step further, and sometimes their ideas of what those rules and regulations are and what their actual powers are become a little bit more inflated because it was not necessarily prescribed in the legislation. As you said, you know, there's no itemization on how that $5 million is going to be spent, which means that whoever is going to be building the shrine is going to get to determine how they're going to spend that $5 million.
Well, anybody who votes on this bill is obviously in favor of having the hospital built other than, you know, Mooning area, Oka Point or EPAL Point, whatever you want to call it, Joe Borja. But anyone who votes for this is for that hospital being in Manilao. We all know it's all a setup for Manilao. Now, Ray, I have to ask you a question, and anyone else out there. If
it's not my land. It's not my land. I don't know whose land that is. I don't know who's. I don't know who's going to be making bank on that land when it gets sold.
Right. So, in the event this bill does not get through, what do you think the next step is going to happen?
Interesting. What do you think?
Okay, I think that the governor's saying, "Okay, I can't get it that way, so here we come, ARP."
Oh.
How much money does she have left in the ARP? You know, I've been watching the ARP. She's got to spend it by the end of the year, correct? And how can you give $10 million as a loaner to another agency with ARP money? If you can do that, you sure can put $5 million for this shrine.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we're talking about significant dollars, and all of that has to get cleared by the Attorney General of Guam, and certainly we've got eyes over at the public auditors on all of the spending that's going on with the ARPA, and he's asking, I think, some of the same questions as you. And now one of the stories that we've got this morning is Doug Moreland has confirmed that the Attorney General's office is going to be looking into DOE and the millions that were spent on laptops during the COVID times with questionable authority.
To his list.
Add one more.
And this one more to his list is how is Chamorro Land Trust able to sign on a map? And they conceive this as, you know, giving it away. And the law clearly says 5 acres, no more than 5, no less than 2. Including the buffer and all the
buffers and easements and et cetera. Now it seems like they're adding to it. It's an interesting conversation. You know me. I mean, I wear it on my sleeve. I want the new hospital to be built on the site of the old hospital. I thought it was a great spot. If we're not going to do it, give the land back to the Paris family and let them build whatever it is that they want to build, however they were going to capitalize and take advantage of that just blessed gift that they've gotten somehow in the world. But if not, move it someplace else. But I think it needs to go there. I've looked at everything, and it just feels like common sense keeps pointing in that direction, not Eagles Field, and not up in Edagaga, up in the middle of nowhere.
You know, if they're going to build something in East Chamorro Land Trust, then that's where affordable housing should be. You know, it's an opportunity to give land to those who did not get land, who passed up the Chamorro Land Trust listing or are ready to stand by to build their home. That's a great location for affordable housing, not a hospital. The infrastructure is in Tamuning, the clinics, the doctors are all settled in that area. That's a huge amount.
Careful, Taylor, that's special interest. I'll go back to, I recall doing an interview with you when you first started running for office again at the Micronesia Mall, and you were talking about one of the projects that you wanted to be involved in, and that was construction of a new hospital. And we're talking about this is 8 years ago or something like that, maybe 6 years ago, that we had this conversation.
Yeah, and I introduced legislation to create a task force, and Lou vetoed it.
Well, there you go. there you go. Sorry.
Yeah, I've been working on this for years, and I've been trying to get it up. I know everybody says just build a hospital. It's not as simple as that. This is a huge task. The hospital has to be placed where it's going to benefit everyone, and we have to utilize what we have right now because of the cost that it's going to incur.
All right.
But you have to remember, too, well, there's so much we can talk, and I know you have to get on with
No,
your
I've
show.
got
So-
I've got Tony Diaz going to tell me about the new Archbishop that we got coming in here in just a second. But
that's very interesting.
Yeah, and so there are a couple other things that I wanted to talk about. Jose Martinez, with a piece of advice, just filed non-compliance of Guro with the open government law when they failed to inform the public of the resolution that they were going to vote on to accept that $10 million and more. So there's plenty of rocks that we get to turn over and see what's crawling around
Absolutely.
underneath.
Well, keep watching the legislature.
Yeah.
And your listening audience, I mean, want to know more what's going on? There's going to be more line of questioning this morning at 9 o'clock. 9:15. Just tune in.
Well, but the ultimate question is now, if we were walking into this and there was always a conversation about the possibility that Chris Barnett might go for a veto override here, do you suppose now, since he's gotten his haircut, that maybe he will? Did you notice that? Okay, not just
yes,
me.
I did. I asked him.
I'm a nutness. But anyway, so it's possible that after all of that, he might, after everything that happened yesterday and a million and one questions, and I thought they were all good, say, all right, fine, I'm going to go for the veto override. It's possible that he might have the votes that he needs to get it done, and if not, just to look like there's a way that we can slow this process down, because it feels like they're speeding it up.
Yep, absolutely. And Senator Brown and myself, we also have an override for a veto. Our veto bills are on the agenda to vote on. So that's the one with the OPA. Yeah. I mean, the OPA is discovering a lot of things right now, and I'm very proud of what he's doing and the work he's doing. I just wish I hope he stays the course, right? Stays the course, and do not make this political and veer off or turn a blind eye. Stay that course. He's found a lot of interesting stuff. Homeland Security is still being investigated. Are we going to have to pay $42 million back to the federal government because of the misspending? Are we really funding Homeland Security on the general fund for these last 4 years? There's so many questions regarding that.
How do we let that
General
lapse?
has a lot on his plate right now, and we got to give him all the support he needs to look into it, and hopefully my bill with the paralegals get through, so we can get some more help for all legal on the legal side to assist attorneys. But anyways, I have to get going. Sessions going up, so I will see you then. Tune in.
All right, that's
create a great day. Bye-bye.
The YouTube deal. Oh, wait a second. I think crap! I just hung up on Tony. I hung up the wrong line. Real Joe, get Tony back, and we'll talk to him on the other side of the special events and all of the other stuff. Tony Diaz on the line to invite me and to remind others in the media that there's a meet and greet opportunity with the new Archbishop. Well, I don't think he's Archbishop yet. I think they're going to have to wait until he's installed and then elevate him at the same time. But those are like technical altar boy questions. We'll see what we can do in a couple of minutes. Bottom of the hour on the Ray Gibson Show. Normally we do look at what's going on in with news and headlines around here, but Donna's gone and I'm bored with that. So we'll go to celebrity headlines, etc. Is that Don on the line? Oh, okay. Let me. I want to bring this in. It didn't mean to make him
Mr.
wait.
Diaz.
Mr. Tony Diaz.
Yes.
We're the same age. So
Pauly Diaz.
I can call him just. Havaton, how you doing there?
I'm good, Ray. Good morning to you and everybody.
I appreciate you taking the time. I know how busy you are, and there has been a flurry of information that has been moving around over the last couple of days since the Vatican has made a decision and says that Ryan Jimenez, the Bishop of Chalancanoa, is going to become Guam's next Archbishop. And I got to imagine that has a lot of conversations going on in the Catholic Church community.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, the conversation for many is just joy and just glad that finally we have been assigned a permanent leader. To be clear, we have had a leader, but he has been an apostolic administrator. Yeah. It's not the full authority. That's Father Romy Convocar, and he's done a really great job. But he himself was really looking forward to the day that has come now. And so, the Holy Spirit descends upon us, and there's a lot of work. And the bishop-elect, we're calling him Archbishop-elect. That's a formal term. Yeah. Until his installation on August 15th, the Mass in the cathedral. But he's already, he was
so there
on
are two
island
things?
Yesterday.
Is that two? Are they two separate events at the same time, same place? The elevation to Archbishop and the installation?
Yes. The installation essentially means he starts his being the shepherd. He was appointed on a Saturday, July 6th, noon in Rome, and the installation on August 15th will mark his actual beginning. Until that time, the leadership of the Archdiocese will still be maintained by Father Romy, the Apostolic Administrator, until August 15.
How do the people up in Saipan, how are they taking this? I mean, because he was the bishop of Chalankanoa.
Yeah, he was the bishop of Chalankanoa, or he is for the last 8 years. He will celebrate his 9th year, I believe, this coming August 14th. Many have congratulated him, but of course they'll miss him.
Like around here, when the priests move from one village to another, from one diocese to another, there sometimes can be compunctions. Well, it's infallible and the infallibility of Vatican, the way they move things around. But still, you get used to somebody that's doing the mass the same way that you like it, running the operation the same way that you like it, and all of a sudden they're going to be on Guam. What can they tell us, or what do you suppose your opposite numbers in Saipan can tell us about the kind of leadership that Archbishop-elect Jimenez is going to bring to Guam?
Well, we know, speaking to him, and he's no stranger to the priests and a lot of people in Guam, because for this year alone, 2024, he's been on island, counting this trip now, at least 4 times. He was here as the keynote speaker of the Catholic Educators Conference back in February. He did the Chrism Mass a year ago. He was here most recently to help the Our Lady of Peace and Safe Journey consecrate their beautiful new sanctuary and altar. And he was here another time. And then earlier this year also, I think it was in October, both the priests of Chalankanoa and the priests of the Archdiocese went on dual retreats at the same place at the same time in, I think it was Cebu, the Philippines. So I really think it's divine providence. The Holy Spirit has been setting the foundation. But the important thing to know about Bishop-elect Ryan is that he is just a man that is to what he does. He met with the clergy yesterday, and he met with us at the Chancery. And one of the things he stressed in both times was he cited 1 Corinthians 12-14, which essentially is the scripture that talks about one body in Christ. So he stressed that everybody in the church, and he really just a community, whether they're in the church or not, is important. And that's and that he's very much, even though he has this lofty title, he's very much approachable, down to earth. I liken him to a guy, a religious leader who's down to earth, but his eyes are towards heaven. But yet he's not the kind that's aloof. He's very approachable, and the joy that people will experience uncovering and discovering this new leader for the Archdiocese of Agana. I'm excited for all of them. I'm excited for us.
There's a lot to be said, and we don't have a whole lot of time to do this. A meet and greet with members of the media community this morning?
Yes, 10:30 up here at the Chancery. You're welcome if you have time. I know you're really busy.
Well, that's not quite my nap time, but I do have a couple of things that I've got to see to between here and there. So go ahead. I'll give it to you this way. Start without me.
Yeah, and then we'll. He's really good with the media, and we'll arrange for if you're doing in studio interviews.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you remember how Burns did that once or twice? That was fun.
I had a good time with it, and found that he was kind of as down to earth as they can get, and hopefully this Archbishop won't be, how do I want to say this, challenged the same way I think Archbishop Byrne was when he was here, and we were going through all of the gyrations of COVID-19, all the things that all of a sudden the church was told that they could not do, and I'll always have issue with the way that those things were handled, but I never had to be the guy that had to make those other decisions when you're faced with the rulings of the government, and you had to balance that between the needs of the church and concerns for the health and safety of your church community. So a tough road to go, but I'm glad that he was around when it was time to do all that. 8:37 in the morning. Looking forward to an opportunity to meet up with him either today or outside of that here in the studios of the radio station. And just because I'm curious, is there anything else going on in the church? I mean, there's a couple of. Are there any big deals that I'm missing out on because I didn't go to church on Sunday?
It's always a big deal, especially in June and May. We are really busy. We had Father Tom McGrath, the Jesuit, who celebrated 60 years as a priest. St. Anthony is still celebrating 65 years as a parish. They'll do it throughout the year. And we've been really emphasizing the Holy Eucharist, the real presence of Jesus Christ in the Holy Eucharist. That will continue up until November when we can conclude that year. And then a whole bunch of stuff I can't think of right now.
That's okay. I might send a couple of things under WhatsApps and see if I can pick your brain on a couple of other interesting things that are going in bills over at the legislature that look like they may be sugarcoating something a little bit more sinister than just the health of a mother. We'll talk about that.
It has to do with doulas, and I'll make one quick statement. You know, the church up its upholding of the rights of the children in the womb to be alive. And
so I did a full-blown interview with a couple of people that were involved as doulas, and at no time did the topic of abortion come up as part of, quote, health care or maternal care. And so I'm a little bit shaken now hearing that some of these doulas are being referred to as abortion doulas. And if I didn't know that was the case, I would have ended the interviews.
Well, I need to read up some more. Literally yesterday, something came across my table, but I just wanted to, not necessarily referring to that. If that's the case, I just wanted to make it clear to everybody where the church is not unequivocally does not change its stance. You know, because if the people don't speak up for the tiny ones who cannot speak, who will? So we'll find out more about that bill, and we'll act accordingly.
I'll be looking forward to your response on that.
Thank you.
All right, buddy. Tony Diaz from the Archdiocese. You're not going to lose your job, right? I mean, this guy's not bringing in his dude from CK and Saipan, is he? Oh, I know you hung up already. Bro, you can come here and do...
he's safe.
No. You know what? He can come here and do sports. Because that's what he used to do in the other media before he got into the churchy stuff here. All right, it's 8:40 in the morning. We didn't take the break yet. Coming up, we'll take a look at celebrity birthdays, special events, and more on the way.
Introducing GTA Fiber, bringing fiber connection all the way to your home. Now you can get lightning fast speeds of up to 1 gig. That's 1,000 Mbps. With 1 gig high-speed internet, you can now enjoy lightning fast downloads and uploads that will leave you amazed. Seamless streaming of your favorite movies, shows, and music. Lag-free gaming. Effortless connectivity for all your devices, ensuring everyone in your household stays connected. Plus, you get our next-gen Plume Wi-Fi, built on Guam's most reliable network. Visit GTA.net to see if fiber is available in your area. GTA Fiber. Nothing beats fiber.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Hey, man, that's not hyperbole. What she's saying is for the real. So if you've got any kind of real estate deals that you're involved in, then these are the people to talk to. It's 8:41, and that time brought to you by the dudes over at Wendy's, recognizing, as I have, that today is going to be a hot day. If the weather forecast holds out, they're talking about 90 degrees outside. They're also talking about heat index around 96. It's going to be hot. Swing by the nearest Wendy's and try the latest sweet summer treat. It's the fresh fruit flavors of strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries. Transport your senses to a cool summer vacation with a smooth and creamy treat. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's and their triple berry frosty. That's an interesting conversation with Tello. Like, I'm serious. Like, this is not the right map.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to tell you what we'll get. And then before you know it, then there were like 18 maps And you can just feel the air thicken in the room, as Chris Barnett would say. I think you're just muddying the waters here. What are we trying to do? And we're going to rock block. As we say, we're going to rock block. We're not letting that new hospital get built there. And instead of the new hospital, we're gonna be the entire area will be a shrine.
Why don't they just combine it and call it a Shriners Hospital?
Or is the
the Guam Shrine Hospital?
Jose making reference to what's more important, the living or the dead? We got an opportunity to build this state of the art facility up in the area and take care of. And while we take care of the one that we've got here, we'll play more with that topic here in just a couple of minutes. All right, celebrity birthdays. John Tesh is 72 years old. I don't remember why he's famous. Do you?
I don't.
Was he a singer?
I'm just cheering for nothing.
It's like one of these K-Stereo adult contemporary singers?
Probably.
It could be.
John
All right.
Tesh.
Happy birthday to him. We got Tom Hanks. Oh, I know him. I don't think I like him anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't see evidence. I got to see evidence.
He's been shilling for Biden, hasn't he? He's been talking about that new world order or something like that, and everybody says he was one of a frequent visitor to a particular island once upon a time. But I liked him in Big. I liked him in Saving Private Ryan, and that movie where he has to outrun the submarine. Splash, with what's her face. Happy 68th birthday.
Versus a volcano.
Kelly, yes, maybe one of his best features, and maybe that's the point that I want to make here. Tom, we really like you, and so if you could just keep your mouth shut about politics, so that we can continue to like you and the movies that you make. Because you got the head fake going on. Oh wow, so maybe he's a patriot. He's crazy about the veterans and war heroes and things like that after Saving Private Ryan. Yeah. Anyway, so here's another one. Kelly McGillis is 67 years old. And you might remember Kelly McGillis because she was in Top Gun with Tom Hanks, who is not aged at all since Top Gun. A little bit, but you could look at her and say it was the same guy.
Yeah.
Maverick is played by the same guy.
She let herself go.
I didn't say that, but happy birthday to Kelly McGillis. You know what? You're like 5 or 6 a pound 20-30s away from getting back
Take my breath away.
into your Top Gun shape. Courtney Love is 60 years old.
Okay.
Which one is she?
She's the one that dated the guy from Nirvana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is she the one that used to be a stripper here on Guam?
Yes.
Okay. I thought so. And people say that now that's not true. And the answer is it's true. She's written a couple of memoirs and I'm not sure, but I'm saying my name could actually come up in all this. It used to be Club Texas. You know where Lattice is?
Yes.
All right, that used to be Club Texas, and that's where she used to dance back in the day. Let me see. He says Jack White is 49 years old. Here's one that will make you feel OMG, super old, super old. Princess Bride, maybe one among the finest movies and love stories of all time, next to Addams Family. Right?
Yeah.
As you wish.
As you wish.
As you wish. Tumbling down the thing. Do you remember the little kid in that movie?
Little kid? There was no little kid.
Little kid. The old man, Peter Falk, was reading a book.
Oh,
Princess
okay.
Bride, the little kid.
Yeah, okay.
You remember the little kid?
Yes,
Fred
I remember
Savage.
now.
Fred Savage.
Fred Savage.
Yeah.
I remember him.
He's 48.
What? He's going to be on Social Security pretty soon.
He's 48 years old. At least I think that's the guy. You know how I am.
It is the guy.
I'll just say it like it's true. If you're looking for something to celebrate today, it is Cow Appreciation Day. And you know why we got to appreciate cows?
I love cows.
Because that's where I get milk. That's where I get butter. Actually, I get my milk and butter from Foremost. I don't know if there's, where's the big Foremost ranch? all the cows that we get all of our milk and butter from. But eventually, we get it should be just Beef Appreciation Day because that's where a cow and the thing with the horns and all of that turns into cheeseburgers. Yeah, and my friend, our friend,
I like that.
There's apparently a new place to get burgers. Dish and Dat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
God, it's good.
Yeah, so she got a picture of them. And her only complaint, because she always, but her only complaint was it's just too much beef. I'm going, you ordered hamburger. So, yeah, lots and lots of beef in a thing. So this should be, instead of Cow Appreciation Day, let's call it Hamburger Appreciation Day. One other thing, and something that I've seen, thank you very much, Nick Nichols online. There is on X and maybe TikTok too, but there is a guy, and he looks like he's like got scientist and / agricultural science credentials behind him. And so he's making a point that there's no such thing as a cow fart.
Oh, wow.
He's saying that just cows just aren't capable. Which,
like women.
Dude.
They don't fart.
No, it's true. They don't. There's something about the anatomy or something like that. Okay. So it's also fashion day, Norman and Alista. Go ahead and put all your eggs in one omelet day, sugar cookie day. And I don't know how this is going to go over with this particular audience. And some people would say, well, you should just leave it out there, Gibson. But instead, you're going to use it to try to pretend to be edgy and witty and all of that stuff. But I'm going to do it anyway because there's a growing number of people on the internet. Again, this is Instagram. And a significant majority of the Instagram ladies are women, but a lot of the people that are putting stuff on Instagram are ladies. And there are a couple of them now that celebrate the fact that they don't wear a bra. And they celebrate this fact by taking a different picture of them running, going down a set of stairs, videos of that kind of thing where they're not wearing any kind of bra. We don't stand a chance. Men don't stand a chance. This is how they're going to take over the world, just keeping us distracted over all of that time. So the same way yesterday, we were talking about women that like to wear men's underwear. Apparently, they've also, many of them have decided that they're just out of the business of wearing bras, just not doing it anymore. And I'm just going to leave that there. I know you know what's in my head, so I'm not even going to bother putting it on the air. Yeah. So it's going to be like that. All right, Ray Gibson Show at 8:49. Pika's Best. Pika's Best radio personality. That's me. 1 year running, but they've really only been doing it for a couple of years. And so I'm going for a repeat of that this year. So go to Guam PDN, look for the contest, and Pika's Best. I'd love for you to nominate me. And if you're going, you're okay. I like the radio station better than I like you. That's fine. Pika's Best radio station, 3 years running, and we're going for 4. So nominate 93.3 The Point in there as well. And I don't know what category he's running in on, but you can make it up. Just put Jeff's Pirates Go for like 25, and then you can enter for a chance to win some groovy prize from the PDN. It's 8:49. I'll be right back.
Do you or a loved one suffer from severe joint, muscle, or bone pain? Do you currently suffer from autoimmune conditions such as gout, lupus, or rheumatoid arthritis? If so, Guam Regional Medical City is here to help. GRMC is pleased to welcome Dr. Tirakanok, Guam's only rheumatology provider. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
In a world where our cuisines unite, the Colonel has joined together your favorite extra crispy KFC fried chicken with an authentic hot and sweet Korean glaze, bringing you KFC's Korean fried chicken for a limited time.
It's back here on Guam. Try KFC's Korean fried chicken, and also available in Korean chicken strips. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Jerome wondering, is Courtney Love the father of Steve Love? Courtney's a girl.
Yeah.
First of all, I would have never gone and watched a guy dance at the old Club Texas. And Hefe says, Guam Shriners Hospital. Good one. Good one. That's real,
Thank
Joe.
you. I'm a dad.
That was him.
Yeah.
Speaking of dad, super dad, Andy Lee is on the line right now, and wanted to give him an opportunity to plug another one of these drown-free Guahan initiatives that's coming up here in just a little bit. Buenas and Day, Andy. How you doing?
Buenas day. Thank you for having me on.
No problem. Well, Jason had you on from KUAM and did the story, and I thought maybe I could outdo him. So, just kind of gonna reach in here and just how many of these pool floaters do we need to be able to save as many lives as possible? We'll get you some.
Yes, absolutely. So we're holding our third iteration in a series for the Drown Free Guahan initiative, and basically it's to really focus on basic water safety and developing an awareness, and then minimizing the risk of drowning here. We're surrounded by water, and it's a shame, especially to see it, as a first responder, that it could have been very well prevented. So with this series, we're basically holding 30-minute sessions, teaching kids from 5 to adults the basics on how to not drown. We're instructing a series of, floating classes and, trying to minimize the amount of safety rules down to 5. That way, as a first responder, as a coach, we reiterate the safeties, basically the first one being never swim alone. And then, from there, we're holding our classes this time at PIC Hotel. We started.
I saw that. That's a big get here. I mean, there's plenty of room there. Lots of chlorinated pools to swim in, and the calmer, safer. So you'll be able to emphasize some of those points.
Yeah, PIC has been very, very supportive of amphibious aquatics, and since about 2 years ago, when we were having issues with finding a pool, they were able to open the lap pool for us and give us access. So a lot of our swimmers got their training there, and this time around they had some availability for us in the mornings during the summer. So we decided to move from the beach to PIC, and it's been going great. We had one session already, and we have another one, which is this Friday, and then the 13th. But unfortunately, the 13th is fully booked.
Oh.
So we do have some slots open for Friday, this coming Friday, between 8 a.m. and 10, and they can find that information on our website. AmphibiousGuam.com.
What's that again?
AmphibiousGuam.com.
Amphibious. Okay, I'm going to have to look up how to spell amphibious first, but okay, amphibious. Do me a favor, if you get a chance, Andy, or ask Regine to do it, go to ThePOINT.gu on the World Wide Web, and then put under community, there's a submit an event, and you can post every new event that you've got coming up. There's a space in there so you can upload graphics and a little word processor on the inside that will allow you to spell out whatever the specifics are, times, dates, locations, emails, websites, all of that stuff. Absolutely free. Put it on. If you get it on before 10 o'clock this morning, by 10:30, I'll be able to approve it, and it'll be part of our calendar that we've got on the Points website. A lot of people go to it because you can get the visuals of the radio show and all of that stuff on the website and see what else is going on in the news. But like I said, it's absolutely free. I want to support you in this. I was lucky when I was growing up. We had the USO and we had day camp there, and a big chunk of it there was a morning swim session and an arts and craft and nap, and then afterwards there was an afternoon session, and we were drilled on all of the basics, and then it took it to a couple of different levels, advanced swimming and life-saving techniques for some of the older kids. But I think this program is fantastic. Kids between 5 and 17 years old can learn some of the basics, learn to be comfortable around the water, which I think is more important than anything else, is just, look, you're going to get in trouble at some point in your life. This is how you get out of it. And sometimes just being calm in your head is all it takes.
Absolutely, and we definitely reiterate that, it's the panic is usually the killer, and we definitely reiterate, to remain calm. But just to touch on what you just talked about, Ray, about all those programs that we had in the past, we're just trying to bring a lot of those back and re-emphasize aquatics in Guam. So, we're not just doing this Drown-Free Guam initiative. We're also run an annual swim program, competitive. And many of our, about 14 swimmers, will be traveling to North Carolina in the end of July to compete in the AAU Junior Olympics. So we had 14 swimmers qualify, and we're really proud of them.
Where are you training? There's no Agana swimming pool.
Right, yeah, and we're really grateful again for PIC and definitely St. John's School. We've been training at St. John's for going on a year and a half now, so they've been very open to our club and as well as others
Oh, they got surfers that use that. I don't know if you know you're in competition for pool time with a bunch of surfing people that will go in there. It's amazing. I guess there are some people that surf and they're not real swimmers, or they could be better swimmers. I think there's a little bit of that going on. I'll use this as an opportunity to give the administration a hard time. 1,624 days since the Agana swimming pool was temporarily closed once upon a time in the early part of this administration. 1,624 days. And frankly, outfits like Andy's and others shouldn't need to be going around as much as they are looking for alternatives, especially if we've got something like that already exists in the government of Guam system. But that's my editorial, not Andy's. One other piece of advice here. One of the reasons why me and Big Sister Shelley were really big on these swim classes at the old USO is they gave us patches and there were pins and there were little life-saving cards that you got. I mean, you were able to pass, the basic, and then you advanced a little bit into life-saving and things like that. There was a different card and progressively larger pins and patches that you got as a result of that. So maybe the rewards program for the Drown Free initiative.
Yes, so we're definitely starting small, but absolutely we plan to keep this program growing. We have a strong group of officers and parents and supporters. So we have a good drive. We're motivated. So we're just gonna keep that throttle on.
Yeah, everybody likes you guys, so we'll keep supporting you as much as you need. Don't wait for me to call anytime you got something. Throw it up on the website and just give Joe a ring and we'll get you in.
Appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
No problem, Andy Lee. I appreciate your time. Go save lives.
Thank you.
Yes,
Take care.
9 o'clock in the morning, or darn close to it. The radio station, KUSG, had gotten you with just about a minute or so to go. A reminder, throwback to this Saturday night, Club Zoe in beautiful Tumon. Real Joe Cruz. Real Daryl Izama is going to be, he's going to be doing the music spin.
If you don't go, you're a square.
Bro, we opened the doors at 9 o'clock last time, and by 9:05, the bar was full, the dance floor was full, and it stayed packed all night long. And music was really good, but the other reason why it stayed packed all night long is there was raining money from the sky. There's over $2,500 that are going to be given up in the money drops that we're going to be doing several times a night. T-shirts, and I think we'll put the paperwork on a selfie deal. I think we might have one of those little, what do they call it, a photo booth that we're going to have out there. So it just gets bigger and bigger. But the real deal is music, and it's hanging out with your old friends. And I mean it when I say Saturday night is going to make you feel young again. Don't you want to feel the same way that you did with you and your pals back in the 80s and the 90s? We're going to bring it back for it. Club Zoe. Tickets available, guamtime.net on the World Wide Web. $20 plus taxes and fee. That gets you in. Stand by now. Fox News on The Point.
A major offensive across Ukraine. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. More than 24 people killed as Russian missiles blasted Ukraine's capital in the heaviest bombardment of the city in almost 4 months.
In the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv, the country's largest children's hospital was hit by a Russian missile. That interrupted heart surgeries. It forced child cancer patients to have to take their treatments outdoors. At least 2 staff members were reportedly killed there, while 5 others died in other strikes across Kyiv. This daytime Russian barrage targeted 5 Ukrainian cities with more than 40 missiles of different types. That's according to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. At least 31 people were killed. More than 150 people were hurt all across the country. Russia claims they did not target the children's hospital and that all of their targets were military infrastructure.
Fox's Bill Malugin, the State Department accusing Russia of targeting civilians.
These are sites that serve no military purpose. They're not sheltering Ukrainian military assets. They're not sheltering members of the Ukrainian military. These are civilian infrastructure, pure and simple.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre fending off more questions about President Biden's fitness for a second term. She says President Biden has had 3 neurological exams since taking office.
The neurologists have said it is not warranted. The president himself, he said it today, he said it multiple times, and the doctor has said this.
And she says the president is not being treated for Parkinson's disease after a New York Times report indicated a Parkinson's doctor has visited the White House several times over the past year. Jean-Pierre says thousands of military personnel get medical treatment at the White House. Texas officials say restoring electricity will take days after Beryl came ashore as a Category 1 hurricane and knocked out power to nearly 3 million homes and businesses. America is listening to Fox News.
From now until July 31st, Lotte Hotel is offering a 20% local discount on dinner every Tuesday and Thursday through Sunday. That's 20% off a buffet that includes steak, lobster, snow crab, free-flowing Bud Draft on tap, and a performance by the Nativo Dance Group. A special magic show is scheduled for June 21st and 28th. Book your dinner buffet at the Lotte Hotel at 646-6811. Bud Light reminds you to enjoy responsibly.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Boeing accepts a plea deal to avoid a criminal trial over its MAX 737 jet crashes.
The Justice Department says Boeing has agreed to plead guilty to criminal fraud and avoid a trial involving the two crashes of its 737 MAX jetliners that left 346 people dead. As part of the deal, Boeing must pay an additional $243.6 million fine and invest $455 million in its safety and compliance programs. The plea deal does not give Boeing immunity for other incidents, including the one where a panel blew off a MAX jetliner during an Alaska Airlines flight in January. The deal must still be approved by a federal judge. Lawyers for the families expected to urge the judge to reject the agreement. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
Opponents of a new Louisiana law requiring the Ten Commandments be posted in public school classrooms have asked a federal court to block implementing it while their lawsuit against it progresses and before the new school year starts. The Postal Service raising rates again.
Vacation postcards will cost you more, and that forever stamp is going up again. Starting next Monday, 73 cents for a first-class stamp, up 5% in the Postal Service filing for its second price hike this year. Postal just raised the forever price to 68 cents in January and plans to boost international postcards and letters from $1.55 to $1.65, with price hikes for certified, express, and money orders. But the rent on P.O. boxes stays the same, and postal insurance could actually drop 10%. The Postal Service says it's trying to meet its 10-year plan to rise from financial crisis to high performance by 2031. Therese Crowley, Fox News.
John Cena has announced his retirement from professional wrestling after 2 decades in the ring. The wrestler turned actor told World Wrestling Entertainment fans in Toronto the 2025 season would be his last. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
You know, life shouldn't be this hard for those who live here. I have a vision for lower prices on airfare, more affordable housing, better health care, and moving veteran services from Hawaii to Guam. I will get Guam a role in the economic expansion in the Asian Pacific with more federal support for infrastructure, a 100% screen to stop illegal drugs, and new high-paying jobs. We can turn Guam's unique position into lasting prosperity. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I humbly ask for your vote.
From now until July 31st, Lotte Hotel is offering a 20% local discount on dinner every Tuesday and Thursday through Sunday. That's 20% off a buffet that includes steak, lobster, snow crab, free-flowing Bud Draft on tap, and a performance by the Nativo Dance Group. A special magic show is scheduled for June 21st and 28th. Book your dinner buffet at the Lotte Hotel at 646-6811. Bud Light reminds you to enjoy responsibly.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs. Yeah. 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Portions of the broadcast made possible by the team over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the guys over at Nissan with an incredible summer sales event. Let me see if I've got my my browser ready to go so I can take a look at this. Ooh, would you look at this? Up to $8,000 cash back. Up to $8,000 cash back for the summer, and they've got deals on all kinds of rides right now, plus the $8,000 cash back. And you can use it as a discount towards the purchase of the car, or just say, you know what, I'm going to get the car, I'm going to stick it in the driveway, I'm going to use that $8,000 and go to town. Maybe go check out Japan with 160 yen to the dollar. Maybe go check out the Philippines with almost 59 pesos to the dollar. Whatever it is, your money. You can use it any way you want to. Full details are waiting for you now at NissanGuam.com.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Well, that almost felt like a seventh inning stretch there for a second. I was rolling my back. Feel the crack, old man. Where are we now? 7 after 9 o'clock. Hi, my name is Ray. I'm not big on crusades. I don't always consider myself any kind of a crusader, as it were. But there's a couple of things that I have been trying to, trying to make a bigger deal about it, because I worry that if I don't start talking about this, maybe it will just keep happening. There's a magistrate report that came out this morning, and you know how much I love my magistrate reports, right? What is this? July 7th, cops conducted a routine stop on a car. The car did not have a front license plate. The Sentra did have a rear license plate, which Officer Lorenzo requested a readout on. Dededo Precinct Watch Officer informed Lorenzo that the vehicle that the rear license plate number was registered was not a Sentra. So the guy's like, wait, hold on. So I got a Sentra in front of me. This is the license plate number. He got a readout on it, and the guy at the front desk said, no, man, that's not the kind of car it's supposed to be attached to. The defendant was placed under arrest at 8 o'clock. Once at the Dededo Precinct, defendant was advised of his Miranda rights via the custodial interrogation form and then volunteered to give a statement. He told police that he removed the license plate from his brother-in-law's car. He had knowledge of the fraudulent plate and that he did it because he had no other form of transportation. Now, I don't know what else they went after Randy. That's his name, Randy Paris. What else they went on him for? They got him on fraudulent use of a license plate as a third-degree felony. Those of you that have been paying attention might note that there is an alarming number of cases where the cops will pull somebody over based on what I refer to as rolling probable cause. You just look at the car and go, yeah. You look at the car, you look at the occupants, and you go, get these five guys rolling around here in the middle of the afternoon. Don't they have jobs? Don't they have something more important to do? There's like two guys in the front, and there's three guys. There's always three guys in the back. And there's something amiss about the car. Busted tail light. Maybe it's missing some of the spoilers in the front and the back. One license plate. Registration's out of whack. And so a cop will pull it over and call in the license plate numbers, and they're almost always not the right license plate for that car. I believe that there needs to be a serious investigation, not so much investigation. I think there needs to be a conversation over at the legislature where when we find somebody that has obviously got stolen plates on his car, I'm not saying they got to go to jail. I'm saying they should go to jail.
Tar and feather.
Tar and feather. Run them out on a rail. Get out of here, you. But the idea now that they have stolen a license plate from somebody's car, which means naturally, if I'm the guy, if somebody stole my license plate, doesn't that mean that I got to go spend hours and hours and hours over at the Department of Revenue Tax?
Inconvenience.
Tiny, just a skosh of an inconvenience. And number one, and number two, this BS about he only did it because he had no other form of transportation. I'm sorry. You lie. No other form of transportation.
Pants on fire.
If you'd have left any license plate on the car, I mean, unless it's been not registered since 1980, forget, then the chances are the cop's not going to pull you over. if you're not speeding, if you're not doing stupid things on the road, there's a pretty good chance that the cops, you're not going to get the attention of a police officer, and he's not going to be able to make out a license plate that isn't attached to the car. So just don't drive like an idiot. DWK, I used to call it, driving while intoxicated. Don't do that, and maybe the policeman's not going to get you. But I believe that we need to take a look at this and really turn it into a kind of a bigger deal. Third-degree felony, what's that sound like?
Sounds good.
Yeah. Sounds like slap on the wrist, if you ask me.
No.
Yeah.
That's the same as assaulting a police officer.
That's only a third-degree felony?
Yeah, it's a third-degree felony.
Assaulting a police officer, only a third-degree felony?
That's all.
Good Lord. Can we make it a first? What about second degree? Can we go to say? Can I put it in the third reading file? Can we just really get around? Okay, so I've also got. Yeah, but now that you hear that, they're going to go, oh, that's only a third degree. There's going to be more of that going on.
You don't want any felonies, man, period.
I guess. I guess.
You would not.
Fraudulent use, there it is, a violation of the 16 Guam Code annotated. But I also think that there needs to be a whole lot more by way of license plate enforcement. And there are way too many cars out there that, for one reason or another, the numbers on the plates have faded. And in some cases, almost completely.
You can't tell.
Cannot make it out. And there needs to be enforcement on that. You might as well have stolen the license plate from somebody else's car because the cops can't see it. That is also a violation. That is a violation of the Guam Code for driving around, and you can get a ticket for it. But I don't know that the cops are enforcing that. And I know that there's other things that they need to be enforcing and other guys that they got to get out there and catch so that the judges can let them out. But the thing with the license plate covers, that's
tinted cover.
That's not provided for in the Guam Code annotated. You're not supposed to have anything that covers your license plate, front or back. So I'm just thinking, I'm sure the cops that are listening to this going, yeah, Ray, don't worry. Those are exactly the things that we look at, and that's how we're getting all of these guys on possession charges. Is they maybe purposely make their license plate faded, or they put these see-through covers on them because they think it looks cool while they're rolling down the street, preparing their next big ice thing. So yeah, we can work on that. Maybe just a little bit more by way of watching out for those kinds of things. Because here's the other part: if I've got to do it, they got to do it too. I don't care if you're a meth addict. I don't care if you're
you got to be responsible meth addict. If I got
to run around here and make sure that my registration is up to speed and that a police officer can read the numbers on my license plate, which is another one last thing, Frenchie, before I get to you. So I parked a car at my place yesterday, and there was another car up the road, and he should have gotten moving. I don't know why. They just literally stopped in the middle of the road. And all I can think of is this guy is casing me. He wants to break into my truck, and he's going to wait until I go inside the restaurant before he pulls over and breaks the windows to see what kind of stuff. This rich-looking guy, dude, I'm wearing Bahaki shorts and Zoris, in a tank top. I don't know, a rich-looking guy, but I guarantee that this guy was casing me. Fortunately, there were a bunch of cars that came up behind him, and he had to move forward. But the moves forward, no front license plate, and on the back is one of those temporary tags.
Oh, nice.
You've seen that?
Cardboard.
Yeah, literally the paper plate.
Anybody could have one of those.
Anybody can have one of those. And it's not as simple as barking out 5 or 6 numbers or letters, numerical letter combination. It's the VIN number for the car. And it's always written in 1-inch letters. You're not going to be able to see that. Rev and Tax has got to do a better job of getting license plates. Back in the olden days, when you went to go pick up your car from the dealer, you already had plates on it. You didn't have paper plates. I don't know what the problem is, but maybe we'll solve it by forcing 14-acre shrine.
That's a good size.
14. We don't have to worry. We have no other problems, and so we'll resolve this one.
He's feeling vulnerable.
9:15 o'clock in the morning. Hey, Frenchie, je te suis les deux soir.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah. I'm okay. Personally, I'm okay. But I'm not French, and I don't see where any true Frenchman would be happy about the socialists and the migrant population basically taking over the country. France, in my mind, has experienced an electoral coup.
Well, it's not the first time. It's been happening for the last 10 years. So, but yeah, and it's not the socialists. They are communists, Trotskyists, and anarchists.
What's the difference?
Plus the Greens. Well, they make the socialists look like choir boys.
Oh no.
Yeah. So they are for confiscation of private property, nationalization of almost every industry. I mean, those people are nuts. But they didn't get the most votes. They didn't get the most votes. So it's very interesting. But they got the most seats. But I think Macron is going to bamboozle them anyway. So I'm not too worried right now.
All right.
But it will have an impact on the Eurozone in the next 6 months to a year.
Okay, let's hear it.
But anyway, yeah, the reason you probably look like a rich-looking guy is because of that new goatee.
But it was accidental. It was an accidental goatee.
Yeah.
And I'm concentrating really hard to make it grow faster.
How many days did you say the pool in Agatnia was not working?
1,624.
Wow. I've been counting because last Friday I was watching my favorite morning show. I'll let you guess which one that is.
I think it.
And suddenly everything went off. No cable, no Wi-Fi, nothing. So GTA apparently has a major break in the Dededo Jigo area, and they haven't been able to fix it since Friday morning.
Ouch.
And they are unable to tell us what it is. So I don't know what the heck they're doing, but it's pretty bad.
That's a tough time out there. What are you doing for connectivity? You going to drive down to the McDonald's and use their Wi-Fi?
Well, thank God the cell tower went back online half a day in the problem, but you know it's not the same being on your computer and being on your cell phone.
No, there isn't. Have their customer service people? I'm sure they've been cheerful and helpful. But haven't given you any indication?
They have been unable to answer any question. Supervisors don't call you back. It's a disaster as far as PR is concerned, and it goes all the way to Jigo. So I have no idea what's going on.
But in between, what do you know about customers? You know, in between your place and what we in the business refer to as the head end.
Well, what I heard is that a lot of people are being impacted, but it's radio silence in the media. So
I know guys out there. I'll see if maybe Nate or so. You said GTA?
GTA, yeah.
Okay, I'll see if I can get Nate to give me a ring and update me on that AP.
It's now 6 days, and you know I haven't seen a typhoon, I haven't seen an earthquake, and I haven't heard of any cyber attack as far as I'm concerned. Have you?
No. The worst thing that can happen, and these guys have invested heavily in fiber optic cable, and the worst thing that can happen is if somebody comes along with a ditch witch or you know some other kind of heavy equipment and pulls it out of the ground and breaking it. Normally but normally they can get that done and resplice everything in a day or two.
Yeah,
so 6 days seems to be a long time.
So it must be a much bigger problem that we think we understand. So
I'm emailing somebody right now as I speak, and perhaps we'll be able to get some kind of an answer from top management at GTA in just a sec.
Yeah, that would be nice. So I was watching like a lot of people, the new Archbishop nomination, and Tim Rohr is not on island, but on his website he posted quite a few things, and our friend Dave Sablon, whose father still lives on Saipan, had a lot of feedback on that. So I think a lot of people are going to observe him quite carefully because he's very close to the Neos. So he's going to have to earn people's trust, and hopefully it's not Aperon 3.0.
Ooh.
So. But what I've seen from him, and I have a couple of friends that know him personally, He is very politically astute, and he is very good at speaking with people, openly speaking with people. So
and they apparently appreciate and allow him to do that. Some of the credentials that I was looking at and bona fides in at least one or two of the stories that have been picked up and carried Asia and Pacific wide. This is big news in the Philippines. Is that he has had the privilege of representing the archdiocese, the diocese of CK, and the needs of the people in the larger community out at a variety of get-togethers, gatherings, symposiums in the Catholic Church. I'm sure you've seen the same thing.
Yeah, he's very good at networking. He's very good at keeping a good public image. So that's what I know. But then on the other side, I also know he studied in a lot of Jesuit Jesuit school. So he's probably learned how to answer a question by another question. You know, it's the old joke of the journalist and the Jesuit, right? So the Jesuit say, "I heard," and now the journalist says to the Jesuit, "I heard you Jesuits always answer a question by another question," and the Jesuit says, "Really? And may I know who told you that?"
Yeah, where did you hear that? I love that. 922. I try to make it so that that many of my frequent guests on the phone don't use that particular tactic on me. Dave Sablon is quoted in a story by Haiti Gilbert over at the Pacific Daily News. Says that he's got a tough job ahead of him, and that should include removing the division within the local Catholic Church, but he is up to the task, according to Concerned Catholics of Guam President Dave Sablon, whose grassroots movement exposed hundreds of decades-old clergy sex abuses and irregularities that led to the leadership changes in the archdiocese beginning back in 2016. I'll quote a little bit more. Dave says he's taking over an archdiocese that is in the throes of getting out of bankruptcy. He needs to win the confidence of the faithful, as you said, as we work collectively to settle our debt to the victims of clergy sex abuse and their families. Benjamin Bishop Jimenez, Dave says, has got his work cut out for him. And Dave knows a thing or two about having your work cut out for you.
Yeah. Dave is very much up to speed on this. Actually, yesterday in that kerfuffle about the what you call the doula, all that story that was tearing up the GOP yesterday, Dave was quite vocal about it. But it's interesting about the new Archbishop. He will be our first Filipino Archbishop. He's from Negros, so I think he's what they call the Visayan, right?
You know what? That is in my mind not even a tertiary consideration. I was just excited to see that finally there has been some movement around here, and for some, not necessarily me, because I'm kind of unplugged when it comes to that. But I was kind of interested and excited to hear that there has finally been an answer to the question of who was going to be our Archbishop. I don't know whether to be pleased or displeased that it's not somebody from around here. It's not my classmate Polly Eric. It's not Father Mike and Brother Joe English, etc. Father Joe English. You know, it's not dudes that I kind of come up with, and like I said, I'm not sure that I'm pleased or displeased with that. I know that the feeling is not neutral. But I also recognize that some of the names that I brought up and some of the names of people that are in parishes now are folks that I don't know if they wanted the gig. Did anybody do? Were they taking applications?
That's what the nuncio does, but unfortunately, as you know, or you may not know, the nuncio suffered a stroke last year and was very severely handicapped in his recovery. So it was his secretary that was doing most of the footwork. But the new Archbishop is also very close to Cardinal Tagle, and who is, by the way, in the Vatican now as the prefect for the evangelization of people. So he is actually overseeing the whole Pacific region as such. And so that's going to be very interesting that he shows a Filipino, and maybe he's being groomed for bigger and better jobs later on in the Philippines.
Cardinal?
Maybe. The big thing is that Tagle is one of the papabili, which means that he is considered as a potential successor to Francis.
Hey, okay.
So that would be huge for the Pacific region, and that could have a lot of indirect consequences for us here on Guam if we have an archbishop who hails from those areas and is very close to
somebody who could be the next pope. Yeah,
a potential future pope. So it's a lot of things we're going to have.
Are you suggesting, Frenchie, that I might be that much closer to canonization? The dream that my sainted grandmother had of me one day becoming a saint?
Well, you know, they say miracles happen when you least expect them. I will drink Michelob super dry just to your health.
I will. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Have as many as you possibly can. Frenchie, I'll talk to you pretty soon.
With you.
No, the pleasure's mine. Pleasure's mine. I forget what a great sense of humor this guy got. Bottom of the hour on the Ray Gibson Show. There's more to talk about, more stuff on my table of content, including something new from the Republicans, God's own party, Guam's own party. I'll tell you what Shawnee wrote down here in just a sec.
At APL, their expertise and extensive work can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Guam Regional Medical City, the island's leader in specialty services, now provides Guam's only rheumatology care. GRMC welcomes Dr. Jirapat Tirakanok, a double board-certified rheumatologist who specializes in the care of rheumatoid arthritis, gout, lupus, osteoporosis, and more. Take the next step towards relief. Call GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
Hey, you want to learn how to kick somebody's butt?
Of course.
But you need to use your powers. How do you want to say this? With great power comes great responsibility. Among the things that I'm sure that they will teach you at Mount Carmel, well, not you, but your kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews, they have a martial arts program that is beginning this year at Mount Carmel School. And they've got star power. They've got experience. They've got guys that know how to work with young people and turn some of these young men into men. MMA champ Brandon Vera will be joining the Mount Carmel faculty. They've got a new dojo coming up. If this sounds interesting at all, make the reservations now and register at 565-5128. That's 565-5128. So what's up? Everybody good? About another half hour left in the program, and a couple of things that I want to continue to pitch and just make sure that you know about is you need to go and get your tickets to Throwback #2 Saturday night, Club Zoo. This is going to be a crazy fun party. The last one was just knockdown, drag out. Oh, my God. The dance floor packed all night long. And the only reason why people had to sit down was because they were thirsty. And so we had the bars cranking all night long, table service cranking all night long. We got Daryl Izama on the ones and twos. I want to call them turntables, but we don't use that anymore. But the guy has been going back to the 80s and the 90s. He knows that stuff. He knows what makes you dance. And there's a bunch of really cool nuggets in there. There's going to be more than one or two times that you will be on the dance floor and you'll go, oh, my God, I love this song. Even if you were going to go up and use the bathroom, you're going to stay on the dance floor. Everybody raving about the night, including some of the people that I had to help walk down the stairs over at Club Zoo. because they started literally partying the same way they would have partied back at a place like I don't know, Onyx Globe, Reef, Lights, Captain's Table, all of that stuff. Crazy fun night. Incredible music. Lots of money on the dance floor. We got $2,500 in money that we're going to be dropping. We got T-shirts on the way, and I think, like I said, we've got a photo booth and more. GuamTime.net on the World Wide Web. $20 plus taxes and fees. Can't get out from paying the taxes. So do that. Credit cards, they'll get a QR code. You show that at the door, and then you just come in and have this outrageous and incredible time. So do that, would you? And while you're on the web, when you're done at GuamTime.net, go to the PDN, check out the contest page, and put in Ray Gibson for favorite Pika's Best radio personality, 93.3 The Point for Pika's Best radio station. I really appreciate it. I'm not humbly asking. You know, I this is a contract between you and I.
We're demanding
construct. No, I just we're here together, and you know, it's like you dig me, okay? Well, I'm just asking you to say it. Sound like girlfriend, right?
Are we dating or what?
What am I to you?
We're going steady.
What am I to you?
If we're going steady, then vote for Ray.
Am I your favorite Pika's Best radio guy?
Dude.
What?
You are.
I'm sorry. It's too personal, isn't it? 933-888-8255, 888-TALK. There was another one of these stupid magistrate reports out here. And hold on, there's a few other things that I'm trying to sort out here. I've got a guy, oh my God, from GTA on the line. This looks like it's part of the fixed service, and no, I do not have a phone. Wait a second. I'm gonna give my buddy over at GTA, Joe. I'm gonna give him your number in there.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Go ahead and give it to him.
I can do more.
Yeah,
so he's gonna call you, and then if you can, give him Frenchie's contact information.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, Frenchie,
I'll see if I can get it.
You might need to call back. Okay,
I might have it. Yeah, I'll look for it.
Good man. All right, more on the magistrate report here in just a second. Here we are, last few minutes of the program. The Republican Party of Guam, Guam's own party, God's own party. That's what the GOP stands for. Issues the following statement from Chairman Sean Gumatautau on the adoption of the 2024 Republican Party platform of the Republican National Committee in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Says here the Republican Party platform was adopted today by a vote of 84-18. This common sense platform is a pro-American agenda that stands in stark contrast to the record of weakness, failure, and dishonesty created by President Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. The platform will ensure a successful Republican National Convention and will provide a clear roadmap for policymaking under President Trump. The Republican majorities in the U.S. House of Representatives and U.S. Senate, and Republican majorities in state legislatures across America. That includes Guam. A special thanks to Republican Party of Guam delegates Roxanne Chang from Ture. Real Joe, what do we know about Ture?
There's cameras everywhere.
And I hope they're all looking at Roxanne. And Benny Pinella, chess master, for their service on the committee and the platform to ensure that the party platform protects all Americans in the U.S. territories, to include greater participation in all aspects of the political process of the United States of America. Now, you might be going, oh, that's cool. So we got a thing. But the question that I asked to Sean Gumatautau, I said, it was 84-18, Tinella Cutney. FYI, that's what I'm suppressing. You know what it is? It's Tinella Cutney. Just 1 second before I just feel like I've got to. So I had the Tinella Cutney. That was dinner last night, and I'm laying on the couch watching the rest of Beverly Hills Cop, or Axel Foley Beverly Hills Cop. You know, they're doing it like Top Gun Maverick, whatever. So I watched, and it was good. It was good. It felt like, you know, it was a tribute piece. Frankly, it felt like somebody is getting ready to die. So we're going to have one last movie, one last go around. I don't know which one of the actors there was in there that's going to do it. It might be the guy. What's his name? Ahmed Foley, Mr. Foley. That guy there.
Yeah,
Shut
the
up.
weapons dealer.
Get up. Yeah. Anyway, so it was an interesting thing. It looked like fan It was written by a fan of Beverly Hills Cop, and they said, okay, we'll use this and make it the vehicle for all of these aging actors. So I was watching that, and then I got to thinking about I wish I had something to snack on. And the truth is, I've given away all of my good snacks. I might have some Rocher, those little balls in the refrigerator.
Oh yeah,
those have
those
have a best buy date on them, don't they?
I think get a little stale.
Anyway, so going back to this thing here, Republican Party of Guam, 84-18, and the question that I have is, why wasn't it unanimous? We're talking about the Republican Party platform, 84-18. Now, Sean says there were some dissenters. So why were there dissenters in there? What was going on, and what were the issues that were either included in the platform or left out of the platform? Items in the platform include sealing the border and stopping the migrant invasion. Can we stop using the word migrant in this? I would have redlined some of this stuff. They are illegal aliens, and it's not an invasion of migrants. There is a process to bring people legally, correctly into the United States of America, and hopefully they would be people that, number one, love the country, and number two, have something to offer the country other than a hand to grab benefits. They're not migrants. They're illegal aliens. Carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. I support that. Not sure exactly how they're going to do it. Make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. Man, we were there. We were there. Cheap gas was nice. Stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. And if there's anybody that might have an understanding of how to make that work, it might be international businessman Donald Trump. Large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips. I believe that. I think there ought to be large tax cuts for everybody, not just in the payroll taxes or tips. I think there ought to be large cuts in the gross receipts tax or business privilege taxes. Defend our Constitution, Bill of Rights, fundamental freedoms, including speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms. Absolutely. Prevent World War III. Restore peace in Europe and in the Middle East, and build a great Iron Dome missile defensive shield over the entire country. All made in America. And the weaponization of government against the American people. You're going to have some serious conversations about how we're going to run things like the Department of Justice in order to get that done. Stop there's that word again, migrant crime epidemic, illegal alien crime epidemic, demolish the foreign drug cartels, clear and present danger. How about we do like they did in the movie, except we do it in the up and up. Never mind. You know the one I'm talking about, that movie, Clancy movie, Clear and Present Danger.
Yes,
where
one of my favorites.
Yeah, where the president's buddy gets killed, and he says, "Oh, this constitutes a clear and present danger to the United States of America." And they went in there and they left those guys out there to die. And if it wasn't for Harrison Ford, they would have died, and it would have been kind of ugly. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I love the idea that. And it's part of the forward in this Project 2025. And at the risk of triggering some of my Democrat friends, I'm reading it. I want to see what's in it. I want to see what's got everybody's hair on fire. There is a quote that is attributed or line that they attribute to the nature of the battle that Ronald Reagan was able to fight in the United States as he became the president, and was looking at ideas that had been proposed by some of the same folks behind Project 2025, and one of them was ignore the media, number one, which makes sense all the time. Otherwise, if you start if they get the sense that you're paying any attention to them, then they'll start using it to cancel you. But that's number one, and number two, he says, never mind the tentacles. And I'm going to botch the quote here, but I love the way they put it. Never mind the tentacles. Go for the heart. Either we win or lose. And if winning means bending the rules to save our children, then screw the United Nations. unless it's outside of the realm of the Constitution of the United States, go for it. Crush gang violence, lock up violent offenders, rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., make them safe, clean, and beautiful again. Strengthen. A friend of mine's traveling in Japan, and there's a shot of the city. She's going on a morning jog, and I swear to God, I don't know what city it is, but I swear it looks like it was just built yesterday. The place is clean. There's no moldy paint anywhere. There's no trash. It looks like the place, like the contractor just handed the keys to the owner, saying, okay, this is yours. And we've got to get back to doing that here on Guam and everywhere. Keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. Fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts, including no changes to the retirement age. Thank you very much for acknowledging this. It is the shell game that I don't want to be a part of. I am within a few years of being able to retire and get my Social Security. But they're going to say, no. Now, we've been messing around with this in Washington, D.C., and frankly, the money that you set aside, there's no way in hell you're ever going to get anything like that back. So how about you just keep working and paying, making your payroll taxes, and we're just going to keep spending any money that you're able to send to us. Cancel the electric vehicle mandate, cut costly and burdensome regulations. Again, Chevron deference should take care of all that. Cut federal spending for any school pushing critical race theory, radical gender ideology, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. I'd take that a step further and put up guardrails so that our enemies cannot then fund these schools. Because China is going to want to leap in there and say, well, if you're not getting $1 million out of the Fed, well, we'll back this up. You just keep, we'll just keep pushing, a pro-China agenda. Keep men out of women's sports. I'll add, and bathrooms. Deport pro-Hamas radicals. Make our college campuses safe and patriotic again. How about, in the very least, just deport the pro-Hamas radicals? You like it so much? Go live there with them and find out why every other Arab nation in the area has got bigger border walls to keep them out than we've got to keep out the illegal aliens. Unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. All right, here's the problem, and I can see this right now, there's nothing in here that says that we will protect the life of a baby in the womb. And I think for many conservatives and for a lot of Republicans, that will be a glaring omission. And, Shawnee, I think that's something that's going to need to get addressed. Studio time, 9:43 in the morning, 888-825-888-TALK. What do you say, Joe? I talked a lot that time, and I read a lot. Maybe a skosh of a break. Be right back.
From now until July 31st, Lotte Hotel is offering a 20% local discount on dinner every Tuesday and Thursday through Sunday. That's 20% off a buffet that includes steak, lobster, snow crab, free-flowing Bud Draft on tap, and a performance by the Nativo Dance Group. A special magic show is scheduled for June 21st and 28th. Book your dinner buffet at the Lotte Hotel at 646-6811. Bud Light reminds you to enjoy responsibly.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
9:45 on screen. Thank you very much, Rico Blankenflor. Noted patriot sent me this, and it's another visual representation of LGBT, and you're 75% correct on this. Under the L, the Statue of Liberty. Under the G, a gun. Under the B, beer. And under the T, it's a picture of Donald Trump. Which, hold on, no, that's not one of Tattoo Shauna's 4 T's.
Oh, it's not.
It's
yeah.
not. No.
It's not a Tata or a
Not,
tequila.
it's not a Tata. So Rico, I appreciate what you're trying to do here. And frankly, if you wanted to keep the T for Trump, then you could have done something else with the B, which rhymes with rubies. But anyway, 9:46 in the morning.
God, I'm so slow.
I'm glowing. I'm glowing, Joe. I'm glowing because
are.
I've received a blue star from Bob Klitsky.
The judge.
The good
You
judge
got
has
the
chimed
judge
in.
blue
Says,
star.
good call, Ray. They are not migrants. So this is really important, and it doesn't. It should come up more often. I've learned painfully during the COVID crisis that we don't know who's in charge of our words and our language anymore. Do you remember when they started talking about the immunity that we were supposed to get from taking the vaccine? And once upon a time, when I was a little boy, you got a vaccine, and that prevented you from getting the disease. You know, we get the chicken pox one, right? And you get a little thing in there, and it gives you a tiny, tiny version of the chicken pox. But after that, you are immune to it in the future. And so the nature of the definition of the word vaccine changed during COVID. The nature of the word immunity changed during the COVID time. And they're very, very good at sugarcoating and taking words that have a certain kind of a warmth to them and then adapting them to their needs. Migrant. You know, we've got migrant stories all over the place here. You know, I think of these young people, and maybe not so young people, living off in an island somewhere, island nation, and there's nothing going on there. There's, you know, not a whole lot they're going to be able to do by way of education or health care or opportunities for themselves and their kids. And they've got an opportunity based on the treaties to be able to come to Guam. Those are our migrants. Those are our immigrants. They come and they've got the opportunity to go back anytime they want to, which I think is another part of the word migrant that we're forgetting here. Migratory. They come from somewhere, they stick around for a while, and they go back to where they're from, and they come back, and there's this. The birds do it. I'm sure the jellyfish are migratory creatures. We're talking about immigrants, I suppose, but there's a warmth to the word migrant. You can almost hear Tom Hanks saying it in your head. You can almost hear the strains of Neil Diamond's Coming to America in the back of it. And at the end of the song, oh, Zay, can you see? I forget what it is. It takes a lyric line or two out of the Star-Spangled Banner and just kind of wrap yourself up in the American flag. They loved it when they started referring to them as dreamers. It took the warmth of that phrase. They're dreamers. They're migrants. And the answer is no, they're not. They're illegal. They're not undocumented. They're illegal aliens. They crossed the border illegally, and that's something that needs to be done. And so there are all kinds of other uses of words that they take, and they craft them to their own needs. And you got to watch out for that. You got to be on the lookout for it. I fail at it more often than not. I'll sit there and I go, yeah, okay, well, this is what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. And then all of a sudden I find myself using the language the same way that they do. And don't fall into that trap, please. 10 away from the top of the hour. You got the telephone number. Don't be shy about using it. There he is, Dave Sablon on the line. We were looking for him earlier, and maybe his ears were burning because I was talking about him with Frenchie and quoting a story that you did with Haiti at the PDN about what a tough job the new Archbishop is going to have in front of him. Buenas, Dave. Welcome to the program. Offer him your congratulations.
Yes, thank you very much, Ray. And it is a tough job being the Archbishop. I've been engaged with Archbishop Burns when he was here regularly, having meetings with him, having breakfast with him, and then I actually, very interestingly, I've known Bishop Ryan when he was still Father Ryan Jimenez. when he was the apostolic administrator in Saipan, for the CNMI.
Yep.
And, I used to visit Saipan periodically to visit my family up there. My father is still there. And so every now and then, because my father and Father Ryan, now Bishop Ryan, were very good friends. And so every now and then he'd have breakfast with me and my dad. Or I'd meet him at my dad's house. He'd come up to bless my stepmother at the time, who's passed on already, but she would come up to, bless her and all of that, and I'd be there in some regards. But anyway, he's a good friend of mine. I know him very well. And so I've indoctrinated him about all the things that we're going through here in Guam. And then all of a sudden he's here. Now, so he's going to be the Archbishop. So I think he's pretty well versed in what's going on, with all due modesty, based on some of the things I've told him.
You've softened the landing.
To some degree, I guess, yes.
So, I'm a Christian soldier, I like to think, and I might not know all the chapter and the verse, and every time I go to Mass, I'm surprised by what they've changed from the last time I was at Mass, and so,
was it the time when it was still in Latin?
No, I'm not quite that old, but I adore the way Polly Eric does it. But having said that, that I'm not I'm not like the most practiced Catholic that we've got here on Guam. But generally, I like to think of if the Church sets out a direction for me as a young Catholic to pursue, then generally I'd be happy to listen to it. But the other side of the question is, and I would await those instructions, obviously, from the new Archbishop. But the other side of this is, as a young Catholic, how can I help the new Archbishop? As you say, there's a whole lot of people running around, maybe still, very reminiscent about the crises that began all those years ago, and all the protests and all of the drama that has taken place ever since then. What do I do? How do I help remove the division and sow more harmony in the Catholic Church?
Well, I think first off, a lot of us has to watch and see some of his actions, at the very beginning. It's going to take time for us to understand exactly how he wants to manage and take care of the affairs and the problems of the archdiocese. And it's the people. People don't know who he is and what he intends to do. I've had a lot of questions about whether he is affiliated with the Neo-Catechumenal Way, which is a very divisive organization in our archdiocese.
I recall.
And I've discussed a lot of these things with him, all of these subject matters. He's a great listener, by the way. He doesn't debate or argue with me about anything. He just listens, and then he takes it down and puts it in his heart, and then I guess he prays. So he is a very spiritual kind of person in that regard. But what is important now that he is at the tip of the spear with all these issues that are before him and on his table when he becomes the full Archbishop on the 15th of August is how will he deal with it? And I think we as the laity, have to help him, to support him. But he has to go down that path to make sure that we unify ourselves, because we have a problem here now on the island with all of these scandals that, have preceded us. We have to get out of this mess, so to speak, and he's the leader. So he has to bring us out of it.
Dave,
and we have to help him.
Had not Archbishop Byrne and to a degree the Convocar, I'm sorry, I'm not using the titles correctly, but had they not done enough by way of praying for reconciliation here in their own times?
Well, they have accomplished certain things. We've got an agreement or a settlement agreement with the victims of the clergy sex abuse and their families. So that's now in the process of being resolved to the point where everybody gets paid and gets what is agreed to in the settlement agreement. But there are other issues. The NCW, the Neo-Catechumenal Way, is still around. They're very divisive. We have evidence of their heresies. This has to be dealt with. The pro-life movement on this island is kind of weak in a sense, because we have people that are trying to, put abortion on the books as a law of the land. This has to be stopped. So these are things that he has to face. And I think he's up for the job. He's young. If he's a great listener, the next thing we need to see is, can he put everything that he knows now into, action in the right direction? As the Archbishop of the Archdiocese of Agana, he has a duty to make sure that the teachings of Christ are not maligned or misinterpret it or interpret it for their own benefit. He has to make sure. That's why this church, this Catholic Church, has been around for 2,000 years. Even though we've had a lot of corrupt popes in the past, it's still as strong because, you know, Jesus Christ, who founded this church 2,000 years ago, basically said, you follow what I tell you, you're going to be with me in heaven. You know, of course, we have to make sure that we live a good life. And so this is his job.
I'm counting on my grandmother's prayers to get me into heaven. I think I might have. You pray for me too. Yeah, I appreciate that.
But that's the duty that he has to go through, and the people have to support him, and we of course have to watch him to make sure that he's on the right path. And if he is, and I basically advised him in my in my interview with a newspaper.
Yeah, Haiti.
With Haiti, and I just said basically, you know, you do this, and we will be behind you all the way. You know, the priorities that I just mentioned earlier.
All right. I wish a little bit more of that made it to print here. 9:57 in the morning. Dave Sablon on the line. And one last thought here. And sure. I'm in love with my past. I was lucky to be born and raised here on Guam, and born and raised in the bosom of the Catholic Church because I lived at Ray and Anna Underwood's house, and there was no negotiation. There's going to be mass. And I had the privilege of serving as an altar boy to Archbishop Flores. And this is what I want to see. And I maybe there's a bunch of other old school Catholics that want the same. I want to see somebody that has got the same firmness of backbone as Archbishop Felix Berto Flores had.
Same with me, Ray. And you know, we've had Archbishop Burns, who was trying to learn everything. The difference with him and you know, Archbishop-select Ryan Jimenez is that he has lived in the Marianas for a long time, most of his adult life. He knows our culture. He knows our traditions. He knows our character as a people. He knows the mix of different ethnicities that are on the island. And so he has that as part of his knowledge. So he should hit the ground running at this point.
I got my fingers crossed. August the 15th cannot come fast enough. I'm going to love, because the other part of this is we have not seen the kind of pageantry that is required for the installation of an archbishop and a new one at that in many, many years. So I think this is a great opportunity for the church to celebrate. I'm going to put a period at the end of that because I think that would be the appropriate place. An opportunity for this church to celebrate.
Yes. The phoenix rises is the way I look at it.
There we go. DeBitt, next time we'll talk about waste energy and this Republican platform that doesn't say anything about love and life in the womb.
Yeah, well, you know, it's gone to the states. That's the way Trump wanted it to be, and that's the way the Supreme Court ruled it. So be it. You know, we better do it here in Guam, make it clean and clear.
There's purposeful muddying of the waters in a couple of the other interesting conversations and laws that are being introduced. Maybe we'll spend some time talking about that over the next couple of days as well.
Sure.
Looking for your guidance and thoughts. It's 9:59 and change. Dave Sablon, always a pleasure talking with you. Hug and a kiss to everybody. I'll see you later.
All right, you take care.
I promise. 8880. Oh, never mind. Save the telephone number for when it's time for Tall Tales this afternoon, round about 4. We do have to break away. The Fox News Live is coming up. Man, action-packed, fun-filled morning. I don't know about you, but I'm tired. I'm tired right now. Got a little bit of work to take care of, and otherwise, if you're looking for something to do that's going to get you healthy, Southern Mountain Gear has got their 5K this afternoon. So toe up to the starting line and make sure that you're in a position to win some fun stuff and have a good time with the runners. Might see me at Carabao later. It's 10. Here's the news.
Warning from Texas officials as millions are without power after barrel roared through. Houston took a hard hit.
An estimated 2 million